Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? In the dead of night, when the world was drowned in a shroud of darkness, Lily found herself driving down a forgotten road, the headlights of her car cutting through the inky black like a fragile lifeline. She wasn't sure what had made her leave the city behind, but the pull to return to her childhood home was undeniable. It had been years since she'd set foot in that old house, years since she'd experienced the cold, oppressive presence that had once haunted every corner, but tonight was different. The air felt heavy, as if something was waiting for her. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled with a strange sensation she couldn't quite place. It was the kind of feeling that made the blood run cold, like she was being watched. Lily shook her head, trying to dispel the unease creeping into her mind. It was just her nerves, she told herself. It had to be. She'd been away too long, the memories of her past had faded, and whatever fear she'd once felt was now buried deep beneath layers of time. But there was something else. Something wrong with the road. She glanced at the rearview mirror, and for a brief second, she thought she saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees. A shadow, tall and still, watching her. Her heart skipped a beat, and her grip tightened on the steering wheel. Her eyes flicked to the mirror once more, but there was nothing there. Just the empty road behind her, stretching on into the darkness. She let out a shaky breath, trying to calm the pounding in her chest. As she pressed on, the forest around her seemed to close in, the trees growing denser and darker. Her headlights barely pierced the gloom. She could barely see the outlines of the towering pines that loomed on either side of her. She had to be getting close now. The house couldn't be far. And then, out of nowhere, a figure darted across the road so fast and sudden that Lily slammed on the brakes in sheer panic. Her car came to a screeching halt, the tires squealing against the asphalt. She froze, her hands still gripping the wheel, her breath held tight in her throat. The figure disappeared into the forest, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Lily's heart hammered in her chest as she sat there, staring at the empty road ahead, waiting for the figure to reappear. But nothing came, just the oppressive silence that seemed to stretch on forever. "Get a grip, Lily," she muttered to herself, her voice trembling. "You're just imagining things." But the feeling didn't go away. It lingered, like an invisible presence, pressing against her chest. With a deep breath, she shifted the car back into gear and slowly crept forward. The road ahead was winding and narrow, the trees arching over it like dark, twisted sentinels. The air grew colder, the chill creeping in through the cracked window. A faint mist had started to form, curling along the edges of the road, making the night feel even more surreal. Lily's mind raced as she tried to shake off the strange feeling that had settled over her. She didn't want to turn back. She was so close now. She could almost see the house in her mind's eye. The place where she'd grown up, the place that held so many memories. But there was something off about this place, something she couldn't put her finger on. A darkness, an evil, that seemed to hang in the air like smoke, too thick to ignore. She'd tried to push it away, tried to forget about it. But she knew better than that. The house had always been a place of mystery and fear, a place that had once consumed her. She drove on, the road twisting in front of her like a serpent, pulling her deeper into the woods. And then, through the fog, she saw it. The house. It was just as she remembered, tall and imposing, with peeling white paint and broken windows. The porch sagged, and the front door hung crooked on its hinges. There was no sign of life, no lights shining from within. The place looked abandoned, forgotten by time. But Lily knew better. She parked the car by the front gate and sat there for a moment, staring at the house, her heart pounding in her chest. The memories came rushing back. The sound of whispers in the dark. The cold hands that had touched her skin when no one was there. The feeling of eyes watching her from every corner of the house. And then there was the shadow. She could still see it in her mind. The figure that had followed her through the house. The tall, dark shape that seemed to float through the walls, watching, waiting. She had always been too afraid to speak of it, to tell anyone what she had seen, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it was still here, that it had never truly left. Taking a deep breath, she opened the car door and stepped out into the cold night. The gravel crunched under her boots as she made her way toward the house. Her steps were slow, deliberate, as if each one brought her closer to some unknown fate. She had to face it. She had to confront whatever was lurking inside. As she reached the front steps, a sudden chill swept over her, and she shivered. It wasn't just the cold air. It was the feeling that something was standing right behind her, breathing down her neck. She spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty road. The house loomed before her, dark and silent, its broken windows like hollow eyes staring back at her. She felt a strange pull, an almost magnetic force drawing her closer. She had no choice. She had to go inside. Lily pushed the door open with a creak, the sound echoing through the empty halls. The air inside was stale, heavy with dust and decay. Her footsteps echoed off the walls as she stepped into the foyer, the floorboards groaning beneath her weight. The house was just as she remembered it. The faded wallpaper, the old furniture covered in white sheets, the smell of mildew hanging in the air. But there was something else. Something more sinister. The feeling that something was watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. The shadows in the corners seemed to move, shifting in the dim light as if they were alive. She could hear something faint, a whisper, distant and muffled, as if the walls themselves were speaking. Lily's breath hitched as she turned her head toward the source of the sound, but there was nothing there. Nothing but darkness. She felt a shiver run down her spine as the air grew colder, a chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. Her heart raced as she moved deeper into the house, her footsteps slow and deliberate. Each room she passed felt heavier, darker, as though the house was alive, breathing and watching her every move. And then, from somewhere in the distance, she heard it. The faintest sound, a whisper. Lily. Her blood froze. She turned toward the sound, but there was no one there. It was then that she realized. It was not just the house that was haunted. It was her. The shadows that had followed her all those years were not just figments of her imagination. They were real. And they had been waiting for her to return. The whisper had come again. Lily. Her name, soft, almost melodic, yet laced with an underlying malevolence that made her skin crawl. She stood frozen, her heart pounding violently against her ribs. The voice came from somewhere deep within the house, echoing off the walls, as if the very foundation of the place was alive and speaking to her. She swallowed hard, trying to steady her breath. Was it real? Had she imagined it? No, it wasn't a trick of her mind. The voice was unmistakable. It was clear, distinct, and undeniably familiar. Mum. She whispered aloud, though she knew the answer. Her mother had died years ago, a casualty of some strange illness that had left the family broken, leaving behind only memories that Lily had never quite been able to understand. But the voice. It had to be her mother, right? She closed her eyes, trying to calm the rising panic. The old house, with all its secrets, had a way of playing tricks on her. But something was different tonight. The house was colder, darker. It felt wrong. Lily took a cautious step forward. Her footfall muffled against the dusty wooden floor. The air felt thick, as though it were pressing down on her chest, and every breath she took seemed to stir the dust, sending particles swirling into the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, untouched, forgotten by the outside world. But in this moment, it felt very much alive. The whisper came again, a breath against her ear. Lily. She turned toward the source of the sound, eyes wide with terror, but the hallway in front of her remained empty. The shadows cast by the broken windows seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally, creeping along the walls like silent sentinels. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice barely above a whisper, almost as if speaking too loudly would invite something darker into her presence. The silence that followed was deafening, oppressive. Her breath quickened, and her hands shook as she reached for the wall to steady herself. The old, peeling wallpaper beneath her fingers seemed to pulse, alive with a faint, rhythmic thrum. She pulled her hand away, her gaze darting to the faint outlines of doors leading into the other rooms. She couldn't just stand there. She had to find out what was happening, why this place felt so wrong. The house was holding her captive in its ancient embrace, pulling her deeper into its heart. She chose the door to her right. Slowly, she turned the handle. Her fingers slipped with cold sweat. The door creaked open, revealing a room that had once been her father's study. But now it was just a hollow shell. Dust and cobwebs clung to the corners, and the faint smell of mildew filled the air. She stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under her weight. There was an old bookshelf along the far wall, its shelves sagging under the weight of forgotten volumes. Papers were strewn across the floor, some torn, some burned, others yellowed with age. The room seemed to hold memories, the walls heavy with the ghosts of things that had happened here. It felt suffocating. Lily moved to the bookshelf, her fingers grazing the spines of the books as she scanned the titles. Old medical textbooks, dusty novels, and, there, nestled at the back, a small, leather-bound journal. Her breath hitched. It was her father's. The journal had been locked away in the study, tucked behind his more mundane readings. She had never been allowed to open it when she was younger. Her father had always kept it hidden, a private thing. And now, with trembling hands, she pulled it from the shelf. As soon as her fingers touched the cover, the room seemed to shift. A cold draft swept across her skin, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to flicker, as if they were alive, aware of her presence. The journal felt heavier than it should have, its edges worn from years of neglect. She hesitated for a moment, the weight of the past pressing down on her chest, but curiosity won out. She opened the journal to the first page, her eyes scanning the familiar handwriting that once belonged to her father. The darkness follows us. It moves in the spaces we can't see. I hear it when the house is quiet, whispering our names. It knows us. It waits. Lily's pulse quickened. The words on the page were a cry for help. Her father had written about the very things she had felt as a child, the whispers, the shadows, the fear that had clung to the house like a second skin. She hadn't imagined it after all. It had always been there. But the more she read, the darker the words became. The journal chronicled strange occurrences, events that made no sense. People who had vanished in the night. No trace of them, no explanation. Just the absence. The void left behind. It's coming closer. I can hear it at night. It's not just in the walls anymore, it's in my mind. It speaks to me, telling me things I don't want to know. I fear I'm losing myself. I fear I'm becoming like them. Lily's stomach twisted in knots. Her father had been driven to madness by whatever had taken root in this house. He had known, had felt the same presence, the same creeping fear that had haunted her childhood. The journal continued, growing more erratic as the pages turned. Each entry seemed to spiral deeper into madness, each word drenched in desperation. There were sketches, too, faint half-formed shapes that she couldn't quite make out. Figures, twisted and contorted, their faces too distorted to recognize. In the last few pages, the drawings became more defined, more horrific. They were no longer just figures. They were shadows. Shadows with eyes. Lily felt her throat tighten as she turned to the final page. The last entry was brief, scrawled in frantic handwriting. It's here. It's in the house. I can hear it breathing. It's waiting for me. Her father's last words had been filled with dread, and Lily felt it now, deep in her bones. Something was in this house. Something that had never left. It had been here all along, waiting, biding its time. And now it was awake. Suddenly, a sharp noise broke through the silence. The sound of something scraping against the floor. Lily spun around, the journal still clutched in her hands, her heart racing. The door she had come through slammed shut behind her, the sound of the lock clicking into place. She wasn't alone anymore. The temperature in the room dropped, and Lily could see her breath in the air, fogging in front of her face. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to thicken, moving with a life of their own. And then, from somewhere in the darkness, came the sound again. A low, rasping breath. Lily's pulse pounded in her ears as she slowly backed away from the bookshelf. Her legs felt like lead, and her mind screamed at her to run, to get out of the room. But her feet were rooted to the floor, paralyzed by fear. She could feel it now. Something was in the room with her. Something ancient, something that had been waiting for her return. And then, from the darkness, the figure emerged. It was tall, its silhouette outlined by the faint light from the broken windows. A shadow in the shape of a man, but not a man. Its face was obscured by darkness, but Lily could feel its eyes on her, burning through the veil of shadows. It didn't move, but its presence filled the room like a suffocating weight pressing in on her. She could feel the whispers now, like 1,000 voices, all speaking at once, all calling her name. Lily. The voice was in her mind, not just her ears. A chorus of murmurs, each one distinct but somehow united in their intent. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The room was silent once more. Lily stood there, breathless, her chest tight with panic. She couldn't move. She couldn't think. Her mind was a blur. The only thing clear was the knowledge that whatever was in this house, it had found her. It had always been waiting for her to return. The whispers echoed in her head, and she knew, without a doubt, that this was just the beginning. Lily's breath came in shallow gasps as she stood frozen in the dimly lit study. The air around her felt thick, as if every inch of the room was pressing down on her chest, constricting her lungs. The shadows that had once merely seemed unsettling were now alive, pulsating with an energy that made her skin crawl. Her legs shook beneath her, the floor beneath her feet creaking as though the house itself was aware of her every movement. She could still hear it. The whispering, not a distant murmur anymore, but a deep, unnerving hum in her ears, as if the voices had grown louder, angrier. Lily. The voice came again. Clearer now, more insistent. It wasn't just a whisper. It was a demand, an urgent call that seemed to pull her deeper into the bowels of the house. No, she whispered, shaking her head, trying to shake the voices from her mind. She wanted to turn and flee, to leave the house and never return, but her feet remained firmly planted on the floor, as if some unseen force had taken hold of her. She glanced toward the door, the one that had slammed shut behind her. It was locked now, the handle cold and unyielding under her touch. Panic rose in her throat as she backed away from it, her heart racing in her chest. The room felt smaller now, suffocating. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows warping and stretching as if they were alive, bending toward her like 1,000 grasping hands. There was something else in the room, something she hadn't noticed at first. Her eyes were drawn to the far corner, where a tall, ornate mirror stood against the wall. It was covered in dust, its surface fogged with age, but the strange sensation of being watched washed over her as she stared at it. The reflection that stared back at her wasn't her own. It was a face. A dark, hollow figure with sunken eyes and a twisted smile. Lily gasped and stepped back, her breath caught in her throat. The figure in the mirror was gone. Just a momentary trick of the light, she told herself. But the lingering feeling of being watched was undeniable, and her skin prickled with the sensation of eyes still on her. She needed to leave. She had to get out of this place. The whispering had turned into something more, a cacophony of voices that grew louder with every passing second. It was no longer just the wind or the house settling. This was something else entirely. Something malevolent. She spun around and made her way toward the door once more. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the lock, but the door remained stubbornly closed. And then, in the silence, the whispers stopped. For a moment, Lily thought she might have imagined it. But then, a low, guttural sound filled the air, the kind of noise that didn't belong in the world of the living. It was like the creak of wood, but deeper, as though something ancient. Something wrong was shifting beneath the house itself. The ground beneath her feet rumbled, and she stumbled backward, her eyes wide with fear. The walls of the room seemed to groan, the ceiling cracking with an ominous sound, as if the entire structure of the house was beginning to collapse inward. Something was happening. Something was awakening. She turned toward the window, her heart pounding in her chest, and she saw it, a figure, a shadow in the distance, standing in the overgrown yard, just beyond the light of the broken street lamp. It was tall, too tall, its form distorted, like it was being stretched and pulled by invisible strings. It stood motionless, watching her, the same way it had been in the mirror, the same figure. Lily's body froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure. She didn't want to look. She couldn't stop herself. And then the figure moved. It wasn't a smooth motion. It jerked and spasmed, like a marionette being yanked by unseen hands. It twisted unnaturally, its limbs bending at impossible angles, and its head turned toward her with an eerie slowness, its eyes two hollow pits of darkness. Lily felt a scream building in her chest, but the sound caught in her throat, choked off by the heavy weight of fear that gripped her. The figure's gaze locked onto hers, and for a brief, terrifying moment, she thought she could see its lips curl into a smile. The rumbling from beneath the house grew louder, and the figure seemed to sense it too. It began to move toward her, each step erratic, its form blurring in the mist that had begun to creep in from the broken window. "No," Lily whispered, her voice breaking as she stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the thing outside, even though every instinct in her screamed to run, to escape. The figure stopped just before the window, its face pressed against the glass, its empty eyes staring into hers. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and Lily could feel the oppressive presence of the thing on the other side, as if it were waiting for something, waiting for her. And then, with a sickening screech, the window shattered. Glass rained down around her, but Lily didn't flinch. She couldn't. The figure was gone, vanished, just like that. The room fell silent once more, the glass from the window lying in sparkling shards at her feet. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, her mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. The thing she had seen outside, had it been real? Was it still out there? Or had it simply been a figment of her fear? And then, from the corner of the room, a low, hissing sound filled the air. A voice, no longer the whisper of a distant memory, but something far more real. Leave. The word was clear, chilling, and full of malice. It was not a suggestion. It was a command. Lily's heart hammered in her chest as she turned toward the source of the sound. The shadows had gathered once again, coalescing into something solid, something dark and shifting. The figure was back, but this time it was not just a shadow. It had form, solid, menacing, and terrifying. She could see its face now. It wasn't human. It was something else. The skin was stretched too tight, the eyes too wide, and its smile. It wasn't a smile at all, but a jagged, gaping maw filled with rows of sharp, uneven teeth. Her pulse raced as it took a step toward her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body refused to obey. The room seemed to tilt, the world spinning as the thing in front of her moved closer, its presence swallowing up all the light. "Leave." It hissed again, its voice a twisted, guttural rasp that made her blood run cold. Lily didn't wait another second. She turned and bolted for the door, her hands shaking as she fumbled with the lock. It clicked open with an audible snap, and she flung the door wide, running into the hallway beyond. But the house was not done with her yet. The hallway stretched out in front of her, longer than she remembered. The shadows along the walls seemed to stretch and pulse with life, and the air felt thick, like the house itself was trying to suffocate her. Behind her, she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy, slow, and deliberate. The thing was following her. Lily ran faster, her breath coming in frantic gasps as she darted through the rooms, desperate to find the exit. But the house seemed to stretch, the doors opening into more rooms, more hallways, more shadows. The walls were closing in, the air growing thinner. And then, from the darkness ahead, she saw it. The door to the outside. The one she had come through earlier, the one that had led her into this nightmare. But there was something different about it now. The door was cracked open, just a sliver, and beyond it, beyond that tiny opening, was nothing. No yard, no street, just an endless void, as if the house had consumed everything outside it. Her heart stopped. The door was not an escape. It was a trap. The air was suffocating, heavy with the unrelenting weight of the house. Lily stood frozen, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her body trembling with fear. The door to the outside, the one that had once led her to freedom, now stood as a hollow gateway. Its frame stretched beyond recognition. Instead of the familiar yard, the street, and the world beyond, there was only an abyss, an endless void that stretched out like a blackened maw. She could feel the darkness closing in on her, like the walls of the house were slowly, silently shrinking, narrowing the space between her and whatever horrors lurked in the corners of the house. The shadows at the edges of the hallway seemed to writhe, pulsating with an unnatural energy. The air crackled with tension, as though the very essence of the house was alive, waiting, watching. Lily's heart pounded in her chest as she took a tentative step forward, her hand reaching for the doorframe. Her fingers brushed against the cold wood, and she flinched, a strange sense of dread crawling up her spine. She couldn't tell what was worse, the deep emptiness beyond the door, or the suffocating feeling of the house pressing in around her. The footsteps behind her grew louder. Her mind raced, and for a brief, desperate moment, she thought about bolting, about running down the hallway, fleeing into the dark and uncertain corners of the house. But she knew better. She could feel it, deep in her bones. The house wasn't going to let her escape. No matter where she ran, no matter how far she went, she would always be pulled back into its grasp. Lily turned, her eyes scanning the hallway, but it was impossible to see past the choking shadows that clung to the walls. The footsteps had stopped. The silence was deafening, filling the space with a thick, suffocating pressure. The shadows seemed to reach toward her now, stretching and writhing like living things, like hungry predators waiting for their moment to strike. Lily. The voice came again, but it wasn't the whisper she had heard before. This was something else. Something deeper. It was a growl, a low rumble that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. It was the voice of the house, speaking through the darkness, calling her name like a curse. She could feel the weight of its presence pressing in on her, the air thick with the stench of decay and rot. Her pulse quickened, her legs shaking beneath her as she stumbled backward, her eyes darting around the hallway in a frantic search for an exit, a way out. but the hallway seemed endless, stretching far beyond the confines of the house, its walls closing in with each passing second. It felt like the house itself was alive, like it was breathing, watching, waiting. Lily. The voice was clearer now, louder, closer. She turned toward the doorway once more, the void beyond it pulling at her like an inescapable force. If she went through that door, what would happen? Would she be swallowed by the darkness, lost forever in the emptiness that lay beyond? But as she reached for the door again, a new sound filled the air. A low, scraping noise, like something dragging across the floor. Lily's eyes shot to the corner of the room, where the shadows seemed to shift, as if something was moving in the dark. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. Something was lurking in the blackness, just out of sight, waiting for her to make a mistake. She froze, her heart skipping a beat as the scraping sound grew louder. The walls around her creaked, groaned, as though the house itself was coming to life, its ancient bones shifting and grinding. And then, from the dark corner, it emerged. The figure. It was a shadow, a dark silhouette with no clear shape, its body twisting and warping with every movement. It was like nothing Lily had ever seen before. Neither human nor beast. It was more like an amalgamation of darkness itself, a shadow given form, its edges constantly shifting, bending, and contorting in unnatural ways. Lily's blood ran cold as she realized that it was moving toward her. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, glowed with an unnatural light, too pale. Empty pits of pure darkness that seemed to pierce through her very soul. Its mouth stretched wide, far too wide, and she could see rows of jagged, broken teeth that gleamed in the dim light. It was the thing that had been watching her, the thing that had haunted her every step since she had entered the house. Her legs felt like lead, and she wanted to run, but her body wouldn't respond. The shadow's presence was overwhelming, paralyzing her with fear. It reached out, its hand, if it could even be called a hand, stretching toward her, its fingers long and twisted, like the gnarled branches of a dead tree. Lily. The voice came again, but it wasn't just the shadow speaking. It was everywhere. The house was alive with the sound of her name, the whispers filling the air like 1,000 voices calling to her, begging her, urging her to come closer. "No," she screamed. Her voice breaking as she finally found the strength to move. She stumbled backward, away from the shadow, away from the thing that had been waiting for her. Her feet slid across the wooden floor as she tried to regain her balance, her chest tight with panic. The shadow didn't stop. It followed her, its movements slow and deliberate, but relentless. Each step it took was like a death knell, echoing through the halls. Lily's breath came in ragged gasps as she turned toward the door, her hand grabbing the handle with desperate force. But it wouldn't budge. Her heart sank. The door was locked. She was trapped. The figure was almost upon her now, its twisted face inches from hers, its breath like ice against her skin. She could feel it, its presence suffocating her, wrapping around her like a vice. The shadows seemed to swirl around her, tightening with each passing second. There was no escape. Her mind raced, desperate for a way out, anything. Any escape from the hellish nightmare she had found herself in. And then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it. A crack in the wall. It was small, barely noticeable. But it was there. A tiny, jagged opening, like a fracture in the very fabric of the house. Something in her gut told her that this was her only chance. This was the way out. With no time to think, Lily rushed toward the crack, her body trembling with fear as she shoved her shoulder into the wall, forcing her way through. The house groaned in protest, the walls shifting violently, but she pushed on, desperation flooding her every movement. And then she was through. The darkness consumed her as she stumbled into the other side of the wall. She was in a new room, or perhaps she wasn't. Everything felt different now, the air thick with an oppressive weight, the shadows deep and unyielding. She couldn't tell where she was, or if she had even left the house. The whispers had stopped, but in their place, a new sound filled the silence. A low, rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat echoing in the darkness. Lily stood, paralyzed, in the thick gloom, and she realized with a sinking feeling that she was not alone. The heartbeat was coming from somewhere nearby, and it was getting closer. Lily's heart was racing, thundering in her chest, almost drowning out the low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to vibrate through the floor beneath her. The darkness around her was thick, heavy like a cloak, wrapping her in its suffocating embrace. Her hands trembled as she reached out, her fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the wall. She couldn't see anything, not a single shape or shadow. It was as if the world had been swallowed by a void, and she was trapped in a nightmare with no way out. The heartbeat. It was slow, deliberate. A steady thump, thump, thump. It wasn't coming from any specific direction, but somehow it felt like it was everywhere, surrounding her, pressing in on her mind, filling the air with an eerie, oppressive presence. She took a cautious step forward, her breath catching in her throat. The walls around her seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat, the vibrations rattling the bones of the house, the air humming with an unseen energy. And then something changed. The air grew colder, sharper, as if the temperature had dropped by several degrees in the span of a heartbeat. A faint light flickered in the distance, just beyond the veil of darkness. It was weak, flickering like a dying candle, but it was enough to reveal a narrow path leading deeper into the unknown. Without thinking, Lily moved toward it. Her body was driven by a primal instinct to escape, to find some form of safety, some way out of the nightmare that had already swallowed her whole. Her feet echoed in the silence as she walked down the narrow passageway, the faint light ahead growing stronger, drawing her in like a moth to a flame. The heartbeat was louder now, closer. It was so close, in fact, that she could feel the reverberations in her chest. It was as if the very walls of the house were alive, the heartbeat its pulse. It was the sound of the house's heart, and it was calling to her, pulling her toward it. She didn't stop. She couldn't. There was no choice. As she moved deeper into the darkness, the temperature continued to plummet, and soon, Lily's breath began to fog in the air. Her fingers were numb with cold, and her heart raced even faster, beating in time with the strange thumping. Her surroundings began to change. The narrow path twisted, the walls bending at impossible angles. The space felt larger, more cavernous, and the light ahead grew brighter, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and distort unnaturally. And then she saw it. A door. It was unlike any door she had ever seen. Its surface was made of some kind of dark, glistening material, like obsidian or polished stone. The edges of the door shimmered with an eerie, otherworldly glow, and the heartbeat, now a constant and deafening sound, seemed to pulse from beyond it. Lily approached cautiously, her breath ragged and her thoughts disjointed. She didn't know what lay beyond the door, but something in her gut told her that whatever was on the other side was more terrifying than anything she had yet encountered in this house. She hesitated for only a moment before reaching for the handle. It was cool to the touch, smooth, as if it had been worn by centuries of use. She could feel an energy humming beneath her fingers, a strange, magnetic pull that seemed to seep from the very door itself. The moment she touched it, the heartbeat grew louder, more pronounced, as if the door itself was a gateway to whatever dark force was living in the house. Lily's breath caught in her throat as she hesitated, her body trembling with fear and uncertainty. But she couldn't stop. With a final shaking breath, she twisted the handle and pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, its ancient hinges groaning in protest, but it opened with an eerie ease, revealing the room beyond. The room was alive. The walls were pulsing. The surface is covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift and writhe, as if they were moving under her gaze. The faint light that had led her here came from an unknown source, casting everything in a sickly, greenish glow. The heartbeat was now deafening, reverberating through her skull, drowning out all other sounds. It was as though the room was alive with the very sound of its beating heart, its rhythm vibrating in every corner. Lily stepped inside, her feet moving of their own accord, drawn into the room by some unseen force. The door behind her slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping her inside. She spun around, but there was no escape. The room was sealed tight. No windows, no other doors. Just the pulsing walls and the sound of the heartbeat. And then she saw it. At the center of the room stood an altar, dark and foreboding. It bathed in the sickly green light. It was made of the same dark stone as the door, but this time, the surface was covered in intricate symbols and carvings, almost as if the stone had been carved by hands too ancient to comprehend. The heartbeat seemed to emanate from the altar itself, the rhythm of it syncing with the pulsing walls. Atop the altar, nestled in the center, was a dark object wrapped in tattered cloth. It was small, almost fragile in appearance, but there was something about it that sent a chill down Lily's spine. It radiated power, a dark, malignant energy that seemed to draw everything toward it. Lily's instincts screamed at her to turn away, to run, but her feet moved toward the altar with an undeniable force. It was as though the house itself was controlling her, guiding her steps, forcing her to approach the object at the center of the room. As she reached the altar, her hand trembling, she slowly peeled away the tattered cloth, revealing the object beneath. It was a heart, a human heart. It was still beating. The dark veins that spread across it seemed to pulse with life, the same rhythmic thumping that had filled the room, the same heartbeat that had reverberated through the walls. It was alive, but not in any way Lily had ever seen. The heart was dark, its surface covered in deep black veins, as if it had been corrupted, consumed by the very darkness of the house. Lily recoiled in horror, her hands trembling violently as she stepped back. But the house was not done with her. The walls seemed to close in, the heartbeat growing louder, faster, as if it were reaching its crescendo. The air felt thick with energy, a dark, oppressive force that pressed in on her from all sides. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift, and Lily could feel their presence, their cold, malevolent gaze fixed upon her. She turned, her mind racing, her heart thundering in her chest, and as she spun to face the door, the altar, the heart, everything began to blur, fading into darkness. And then, in the blackness, she heard the voice. Lily. It was calling her name, again and again, pulling her deeper into the abyss. But this time, it wasn't the house speaking. It was something else. Something far older, and it was waiting for her. The voice echoed in the darkness, its whisper a maddening, soft command that vibrated through Lily's very bones. Lily. It wasn't the house anymore. No, this was something different. Something ancient. It was a voice that had lived far longer than the house. A presence that had been here long before the walls were built, before the house had even come to stand. Her legs shook, her body trembling uncontrollably as she backed away from the altar. Her breath coming in ragged gasps. The heartbeat was growing faster, the rhythm increasing, matching the frantic beat of her own heart. The walls pulsed, the air heavy with the sickening presence of something malevolent, something that had been waiting for her. She felt the pull again, that invisible force guiding her toward the heart. Her hands, still trembling, clenched into fists as she fought against the compulsion, fought to keep herself from reaching out to it, from touching the darkness that radiated from it. But the house wouldn't allow her to leave. The heartbeat filled her mind now, drowning out everything else. She could feel the energy in the room, dark and oppressive, suffocating her. The shadows around her deepened, curling into grotesque shapes, like tendrils of smoke creeping from the corners, inching ever closer. She could hear them, too, the whispers. Hundreds, thousands of voices, all speaking at once, their words tangled and unintelligible. But amid the whispers there was one voice, louder than the rest. "Come closer." It was the voice again, insistent and powerful. The presence in the room seemed to thicken, closing in on her. The heartbeat quickened, now thundering like a drum, filling the entire room, shaking the very foundations of the house. Lily stumbled back, her feet tripping over the cold stone floor. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Every part of her screamed to run, to get out, to escape this nightmare. But her body betrayed her. Her legs moved on their own, dragging her forward, inch by inch, toward the altar, toward the dark heart that lay in the center of the room. Lily. She could no longer tell if the voice was in her mind, or if it was coming from the house itself, but it didn't matter. It was the only thing she could hear, the only thing she could feel. The presence in the room had become tangible, thick and suffocating, like a wall of darkness pressing against her skin. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. The walls seemed to close in on her, the shadows warping into grotesque, monstrous shapes that twisted and flickered in the dim light. She couldn't stop now. Her hands reached out of their own volition, moving toward the dark, beating heart that lay on the altar. The compulsion was overwhelming, drowning out everything else. As her fingers brushed the surface of the heart, a surge of coldness washed over her. The heartbeat stopped. Silence. For a brief, fleeting moment, Lily felt relief. The pressure in the air lifted, and the oppressive weight that had hung over her seemed to dissipate. But then, in the silence, something else began to take its place. A low, growling noise filled the room. It was a deep, resonant sound, like the growl of some ancient beast, a thing that had been hidden in the depths of the earth for centuries, now awakened. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch, shifting into something much larger, much darker. The air turned cold again, colder than before, and Lily's breath formed visible clouds in front of her face. The presence around her grew heavier, pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. The heartbeat returned. But it was different now. It was no longer just the rhythm of the house. It was the rhythm of something else, something monstrous. It was the sound of the creature in the dark, the thing that had been awakened by her touch, Lily. The voice spoke her name once more, but this time it was no longer a whisper. It was a roar, a terrible, guttural sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. She tried to pull away, to run, but her feet wouldn't move. She was rooted to the spot, trapped by the darkness that surrounded her. The shadows closed in on her, becoming solid, like dark fingers wrapping around her limbs, pulling her toward the center of the room. The growl grew louder, and Lily felt a cold, sharp pain deep in her chest, as though the very air itself was choking her, suffocating her from the inside out. And then the creature emerged. It was immense, a thing of shadow and darkness, its form barely distinguishable from the blackness that filled the room. It towered over her, its limbs long and twisted, like the branches of some ancient, gnarled tree. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were twin pools of endless blackness, hollow and empty, as if they had no soul. Its mouth was an abyss, wide and gaping, filled with rows of jagged, broken teeth that gleamed in the dim light. Lily's blood ran cold as the creature bent down, its face coming close to hers, its breath hot and foul against her skin. She could hear the sound of its rasping breath, could smell the rot that emanated from it. Its form seemed to pulse and shift, an ever-moving mass of darkness, and as it stared at her, she could feel it probing her mind, as if it were reading her very thoughts. She tried to scream, but no sound came from her throat. The creature's presence crushed her, suffocated her, until all she could do was stare up into its eyes, helpless. The darkness began to fold around her, the shadows consuming her, swallowing her whole. She could feel herself being pulled deeper into the void, her body no longer her own. The creature's grip on her was unyielding, its power absolute. The heartbeat was deafening now, each thump a reminder that the creature had awakened, that the house was no longer a place of memories. It was a prison. "You are mine," the creature hissed, its voice a mixture of a growl and a whisper vibrating in her bones. Lily's mind raced, her thoughts scrambled, but there was no escape. She couldn't move. She couldn't think. The weight of the creature's presence pressed in on her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. And then, as the last shred of light seemed to fade away, as the last echo of the heartbeat pulsed in her ears, she heard it. A whisper, faint but clear, cutting through the suffocating darkness. "Remember." It was her father's voice. It was faint, distant, but it was unmistakable. "Remember." The shadows pressed in tighter, suffocating, but Lily's heart skipped a beat. The voice, it was guiding her, somehow. Her father had known, had understood something about the darkness in this house. She had to remember. She had to fight. The darkness screamed. A terrible, deafening roar that shook the very air. But Lily refused to let it consume her. She held on to her father's voice, clinging to it as the house and the creature around her tried to pull her under. And then, in a flash of painful clarity, something clicked. The walls of the house, the heartbeat, the creature. It was all tied together. It was part of something ancient, something that had been waiting for her. The creature wasn't just a manifestation of the house's darkness. It was part of her own past. It had been here all along, hiding, waiting for the right moment, and Lily realized what she had to do. She wasn't just trapped in the house. She was part of it. And now, she was ready to face it. The darkness around Lily thickened, its weight almost unbearable, pushing her down like an invisible force pressing against her chest. The creature's growl vibrated in the pit of her stomach, a deep and guttural sound that seemed to reverberate through the very air, filling every corner of the room. But amid the chaos, something in her mind clicked. A surge of understanding flooded through her, cutting through the fog of fear. Her father's voice echoed again, faint but clear. Remember? She had to remember. She had to remember everything. The shadows seemed to pull tighter, their twisted, gnarled forms reaching out toward her, but she focused, pushing aside the terror that threatened to overwhelm her. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms as she steeled herself against the suffocating presence of the creature. The walls pulsed with an eerie rhythm, the heartbeat echoing louder than ever. But Lily wasn't listening to the heartbeat anymore. She was listening to something else. She was listening to the memories. Memories she had long buried, pushed far back into the corners of her mind, forgotten with the passage of time. Her father, his journal, the whispers in the night, the strange rituals and symbols she had never understood, the way he had locked himself away in the study, muttering about the darkness, the curse that had followed their family for generations. Her father had known. He had understood it. And in the deepest, most terrifying part of Lily's soul, she realized that she had known too. She had always known that something was wrong with the house, that it was more than just a crumbling old structure. The house was a prison, not just for her, but for something far older, far darker. The creature loomed before her, its eyes like endless pits of darkness, its mouth a gaping maw filled with sharp, jagged teeth. Its twisted limbs stretched toward her, and for a moment, Lily thought she might collapse under the weight of its presence. But then, like a jolt of electricity, a new realization struck her. The creature wasn't just here because of the house. It was here because of her. She was the key, the connection, the bloodline that had always been tied to the house's curse. A voice, her father's voice, distorted and warped by the passage of time, pierced through the chaos in her mind. Lily, you are the last of the bloodline, the one who must break the curse. You must face it. You must destroy it. The creature recoiled, its form shifting violently, like the shadows were battling for control. The house seemed to groan, its foundations shaking, and the heartbeat, that infernal, ever-present heartbeat, began to falter, its rhythm becoming erratic. Lily's mind raced. Her father's words echoed in her head. She was the last of the bloodline, the last to carry the curse, the last to have the power to end it. She had been drawn back here, to this house, to this room, for a reason. The creature, the house, the darkness, it all centered on her. It had always been about her. Her pulse raced as the shadows closed in, the creature's form growing more monstrous, its presence more oppressive. The walls seemed to pulse with the beat of its heart, and the whispers, the hundreds of voices, were now a loud, unintelligible roar, each one drowning out the next. But Lily's mind was clear. She was no longer afraid. Not of the house, not of the creature, because she understood now. She understood her role. The darkness around her began to twist, the room spinning as she felt the power rise within her. It was buried deep, hidden for so long, but now it surged to the surface, filling her veins with a cold, unnatural strength. It was her heritage, her inheritance, the legacy of her bloodline. She reached out, her hand trembling, but steady. The air crackled with energy, and she could feel it. The power of the house, the power of the creature, all of it converging within her. With a cry, she reached toward the heart on the altar. The moment her fingers touched it, everything changed. The room exploded with a blinding light. The pulse of the heart intensified, the darkness shrieking in protest as the shadows twisted violently, threatening to consume her. But Lily stood firm, her hand gripping the heart with all the strength she could summon. She could feel the power surging through her, a terrible, dark energy that flowed through her veins like ice. The creature howled in rage, its twisted form writhing and contorting as if it were being torn apart. The walls of the house trembled, groaning under the pressure. The very foundation seemed to shake as if the house itself was fighting to hold on to its secret, its curse. But Lily wouldn't let it. She had no choice. She was the last of the bloodline, and she had the power to end this. Her father's voice came again, clear and strong, filling her mind. You must break the chain, Lily. The curse ends with you. The heart pulsed once more, a final, desperate beat. And then, with a force that felt like it tore her soul in two, Lily wrenched it from its place on the altar. The heartbeat stopped. The creature's scream reverberated through the room. But it was no longer a growl or a roar. It was a wail, a mournful cry that echoed from deep within the bowels of the house, as though the very soul of the creature was being ripped apart. Lily staggered back, the heart still clutched tightly in her hands. The light from the heart flickered, growing dim, and as it did, the shadows around her began to recede. The oppressive weight in the air lifted, and the house seemed to sigh, as if releasing a long, held breath. The creature, the thing that had haunted her family for generations, began to disintegrate before her eyes. Its twisted form crumbled into nothingness, its essence dissolving into the shadows that had once defined it. Lily stood there, her body trembling, as the room around her began to change. The walls, once dark and oppressive, seemed to brighten, the faint light now piercing through the cracks of the house. The heartbeat, the thing that had haunted her since she set foot in this place, was gone. But Lily knew it wasn't over. Not yet. She had broken the curse, but the house still held its secrets. There was more to this place than what she had faced. More than the creature. More than the shadows. She could feel it in the air. The house still had a life of its own, and the walls whispered its secrets, urging her to uncover them. But for now, Lily allowed herself a moment of peace. She had done what no one else had been able to do. She had freed herself from the darkness that had claimed her family for generations. And as she stood in the remnants of the cursed house, Lily knew one thing for certain. The house was not finished with her yet. The house, once a prison of darkness, stood still, eerily silent. The echoes of the creature's wail had long since faded, swallowed by the vast emptiness that now filled the space. The walls, once pulsating with the creature's heartbeat, were now quiet, unmoving, as if the house had finally exhaled after centuries of holding its breath. Lily's heart still raced, her body trembling with the aftermath of the battle she had just fought. The air around her was thick, heavy with the weight of everything that had happened. But in the stillness, there was something else, something she couldn't quite name. A sense of finality mixed with an overwhelming sense of loss. She stared down at the heart she had torn from the altar. It was still in her hands, cold and lifeless now. The power it had once held, the terrible, dark force that had coursed through it, had dissipated. It was no longer a weapon, no longer the key to the curse. It was simply a dead thing, a reminder of what had been. Lily slowly let go of it, her fingers loosening their grip. The heart fell with a soft thud onto the stone floor, its weight insignificant now. The darkness that had been bound within it, the curse that had followed her family for generations, was gone. Or at least, she hoped it was. She turned her gaze to the rest of the room. The altar was now just a crumbling structure, its once glorious carvings faded and worn. The symbols now unreadable. The shadows that had once seemed alive were receding, fading back into the corners of the room. The oppressive weight that had hung over her had lifted, but in its place there was an unsettling calm, as if the house was waiting for something, or someone, to fill the silence. Lily stepped back, her footsteps quiet against the stone floor. The house seemed to groan, its bones creaking and shifting as if it were waking from a long, haunted slumber. She could feel the presence of something in the air, a residual energy that lingered in the corners of the room, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the creature. It was something else. Something older, something more elusive. She looked around once more, as if searching for an answer, but there was nothing to be found. The house felt empty, hollow, and yet, in that emptiness there was something else, something buried deep within the foundations of the house. A whisper. Lily froze. It was faint at first, like a breath of wind. Barely perceptible, but it grew stronger, clearer, until it was unmistakable. Lily, her heart skipped a beat. The voice was back, that haunting, familiar voice. It wasn't her father's this time, though. No, this voice was different, darker, more insistent. She turned toward the source of the sound, her pulse quickening. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, reverberating through the walls, filling the empty space around her. It was as though the house itself was speaking to her. Lily, the voice repeated, closer now, more forceful. It was a whisper that cut through the silence like a knife. You cannot escape. Lily's breath hitched, her legs frozen in place. She didn't know if she was imagining it, or if the house had somehow found a way to cling to her, to keep her. She had broken the curse. She had destroyed the creature, but there was something else, something deeper, hidden beneath the surface. The air grew colder again, a chill that seeped into her bones. She could feel it now. The house wasn't done with her. It was pulling her back, drawing her into its depths once more. No, Lily whispered, shaking her head. It's over. It's done. But the voice came again, louder now, as though it was laughing, mocking her. It will never be done, Lily. It hissed, the words reverberating in her skull. You belong to this house. You always have. The shadows in the room seemed to flicker, stretching toward her once more, but now there was something else. Something she couldn't see, but she could feel. A presence. a weight. The darkness that had once seemed to be vanquished was returning, creeping along the edges of the room, seeping back into the walls. Lily turned, desperately scanning the room for any sign of an exit. The house seemed to be shifting around her, its walls contorting, its floors tilting. The room had become a labyrinth, its architecture twisting and bending in ways that made no sense. She couldn't leave. Not yet. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, now blending into a cacophony of voices. All of them speaking at once, all of them calling her name, urging her to return, to claim what was rightfully hers. Lily's legs shook, but she pushed forward, ignoring the voices, the oppressive weight of the house, and the creeping dread that was settling in her chest. She had to leave. She had to escape. But as she moved toward the door, something caught her eye. The heart. It was no longer on the floor. She looked down and saw that the spot where it had fallen was now empty, the stone beneath it cold and bare. The heart was gone. Lily's breath caught in her throat. She spun around, searching the room with frantic eyes, but there was no sign of it. The heart had disappeared. She was no longer holding it. It was no longer in the room with her. And then, the voice came again, closer than ever. "You're too late." The walls trembled. The floor beneath her feet cracked. And from the dark corner of the room, something stirred. Lily turned to face it. Her heart stopped. The shadows had begun to take shape, twisting into a dark, shifting figure. The outline of a figure, humanoid, yet far too tall, far too twisted to be human, emerged from the shadows. Its face was a void, a swirling mass of blackness, with only its hollow eyes visible, and in those eyes, Lily saw it. The heart. It was still beating, and it was not done with her yet. The creature, no, the thing, that had emerged from the shadows wasn't just an embodiment of the house. It was the house itself. Born from the darkness, born from the cursed bloodline, and it had been waiting for her to awaken it, to summon it. Lily could feel its power now, pressing against her, filling the room with an overwhelming force. The house had not been defeated. It had only bided its time, and now it was coming for her. "You cannot escape me," the thing whispered, its voice like 1,000 whispers all layered on top of each other. "I am the blood of the house, and you are mine." The floor beneath her feet cracked open, and Lily stumbled back, the ground shifting violently as the walls closed in around her. The house had awoken, and it was hungry. The house had become a living, breathing nightmare. The ground trembled beneath Lily's feet, the floorboards groaning with a deep, guttural sound that felt like the very bones of the house were shifting, stretching, warping in real time. The air around her was thick with an oppressive energy, dense with darkness that pressed in from every corner, suffocating her with every breath she took. The creature, the thing that had emerged from the shadows, stood before her, an abyssal presence that filled the room, warping the very fabric of reality. Its form was shapeless, a mass of ever-shifting darkness that resembled a human figure, but it was too tall, too twisted, its limbs bent at unnatural angles. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It was the embodiment of the house, of everything that had been hidden beneath the surface for so long. Its hollow eyes locked onto hers, a void where light had no place, and Lily could feel the weight of its gaze piercing through her very soul. It knew her. It knew who she was. It knew what she had done. And it was not finished. "You thought you could escape," the voice whispered, 1,000 voices blending into one, so close, so personal, it made Lily's skin crawl. "You thought you could break the curse." Lily's heart raced, her pulse pounding in her ears as she backed away, her legs unsteady beneath her. She had faced it. She had destroyed the creature. She had torn the heart from its place, and yet, here it was again. Something worse, something darker than before. "You can't destroy me," the thing continued, its voice now a low growl, the sound vibrating through the walls. I am not the creature you fought. I am the house. The blood that runs through its walls. The curse that binds your family to this place. You are part of me, Lily. You always have been. Lily's breath caught in her throat. The weight of its words settled like a stone in her chest. The creature wasn't just something that had been lurking in the shadows of the house. It was the house itself, the ancient, dark force that had been bound to her family for generations. It had been waiting, biding its time, for her to return, for her to finish what had been started long ago. No, she whispered, her voice hoarse, shaking. Oh, I broke it. I destroyed the heart. I ended it. The thing tilted its head, the shadows swirling around its form as if the very darkness itself was listening, waiting for her to understand. You didn't destroy it. It hissed, its voice growing darker, more menacing. You only delayed the inevitable. The heart was never the source. It was the vessel. I am the house. And you are the final piece. Lily took another step back, her heart hammering. The realization hit her like a tidal wave, crashing over her, drowning her in its weight. The heart wasn't the key to the curse. It was just a manifestation of it. The true darkness was here, in the house, in its bones. It had been waiting for her. Waiting for the last of the bloodline to return. She was the last. The house was feeding on her. And as long as she was here, as long as she was connected to this place, the darkness would never die. It was a part of her, a part of her lineage, a part of her blood. No, no. Lily cried out, her voice breaking as she stumbled backward, her mind racing for a way out, a way to escape. But there was no escape, not anymore. The house groaned again, the sound of ancient wood twisting, creaking under pressure. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch, reaching toward her, pulling at her, like hungry hands. The thing in front of her, the manifestation of the house itself, stepped closer, its limbs contorting in unnatural, jerky movements. You cannot outrun me, it whispered, its voice a cold wind brushing against her skin. You are mine. Forever. Lily turned, her pulse screaming in her ears as she dashed for the door, the only possible escape. But as she reached it, her hands trembling as she reached for the handle, the door refused to open. It was no longer the door she had once entered. The handle was cold to the touch, slick with something unnatural, something ancient. The thing was behind her now, so close she could feel the shadows reaching out to clutch at her. A chill spread through her, creeping up her spine like ice, paralyzing her. The air was thick with the weight of its presence, like a suffocating fog wrapping around her chest. The walls of the house seemed to pulse again, a slow rhythmic thrum, like the heartbeat of something vast, something terrifyingly old. The air felt alive, like the house itself was breathing, its walls and floors alive with the curse that had been binding her family for centuries. Why? Lily's voice faltered, the words barely escaping her lips. Why me? Why is it me? The thing's hollow eyes glowed in the darkness, and for a moment, Lily thought she saw something flicker within them. A glimpse of something familiar. A memory. You are the last of the bloodline, it murmured. Your family made a pact long ago, a pact with me, and you, Lily, are the final heir. You are the one who will bring the curse to its end, or its beginning. Lily's chest tightened. The truth hit her like a physical blow, and for the first time, she understood. The curse wasn't just a punishment, it was a contract. Her ancestors had made a deal with this darkness, this thing that had become the house, and now, she was the one who had to pay the price. The house was alive with the echoes of her ancestors, with the whispers of those who had walked its halls before her. They had given their lives to it, their souls bound to it. And she was the last one to carry the weight of their sins. The last one to be shackled to this place. The thing took another step forward, its presence growing heavier, suffocating, its darkness pressing against her chest. Lily could feel its cold fingers curling around her, tightening their grip with each passing second. "You are mine, Lily," it whispered again, the words slithering into her mind, wrapping around her thoughts. "The house has claimed you. You cannot run. You cannot hide. You belong to me?" Tears sprang to Lily's eyes as she shook her head, her body trembling with the weight of the truth. She had fought. She had tried to escape. But there was no escaping this place. No escaping the darkness that had followed her family for generations. As the shadows closed in around her, she realized, with an aching clarity, that the house wasn't just holding her captive. It was feeding off her. It was using her. It had always been using her. She was the final piece in its puzzle. The last link in the chain that bound her family to its curse. And the house would never let her go. Lily's legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the cold stone floor. Her breath came in short, panicked gasps, each one more desperate than the last. The shadows surrounded her now, closing in from every angle, their tendrils curling around her limbs, holding her in place like a vice. The creature, no, the house, stood over her, its form shifting and warping, a massive, dark presence that loomed like a nightmare made flesh. It spoke again, its voice thick with malevolence. "You were always meant to return," it whispered, its voice seeping into her very bones. "The bloodline will never be free. You are the last of them. The last to fulfill the pact." Lily tried to breathe through the rising panic that choked her throat. She could feel the cold touch of the house's presence, crawling over her skin, pulling at her, tightening its grip. Her head spun as she fought to break free of its hold. But the more she struggled, the stronger its grip became. She had been a fool. Her mind flashed back to everything she had seen since entering this house, the journal. Her father's cryptic words, the strange rituals he had written about. She had thought she could destroy the curse. She had thought she could escape. But it wasn't over. It was never over. The house had always been in control. She had been the one who had returned it to power. She had never really been free. Not from the moment she had been born into the bloodline. Tears burned her eyes, and she fought to hold them back. Her heart thundered in her chest, a constant reminder of the thing that had lived inside her, the thing she had always known but had never understood. "You thought you could break free." The house continued, its voice now a distorted growl. "But the curse isn't something that can be destroyed. It is woven into the fabric of your blood. It is in your veins. You are bound to me. And now, you will bring me the final offering." The walls of the room began to shake again, a deep rumble vibrating through the air. The shadows pressed harder against Lily, like the walls themselves were closing in on her. Her thoughts raced, her mind desperate for a way out, but it was too late. The house had already won. It had always been waiting for this moment. "No," she breathed, her voice cracking. She shook her head, her hands clawing at the cold stone floor as she struggled to rise. "I can't. I won't do it." The house's laughter filled the room. It wasn't a sound of joy, but something far darker, a cruel, mocking laugh that reverberated in her skull. "You have no choice," the house whispered. "The bloodline's fate is sealed. And you, Lily, you are the last of it." She closed her eyes tightly, trying to block out the suffocating darkness that pressed against her, the weight of the curse pressing her deeper into the earth. But no matter how hard she tried to shut it out, the whispers, the voices, filled her head. They were her ancestors, the ones who had made the pact, the ones who had fed the darkness. Their voices wrapped around her, pulling her closer to the heart of the house. Her bloodline was tied to this place, tied to the darkness that had taken root here long ago. With shaking hands, Lily reached up to her throat, feeling the familiar weight of the pendant her father had given her all those years ago. The pendant that had always been a symbol of her heritage, her family, her lineage. She hadn't thought about it in years, but now it seemed to pulse against her skin, as though it were alive. The pendant was warm, its surface pulsing with an energy she had never felt before. It was not just an heirloom. It was part of the curse, part of the deal her ancestors had made. She could feel it now. Deep within her, like the tether between her and the house was stronger than ever. "You cannot resist," the house whispered, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. "You will give me what I seek, Lily. You will fulfill your bloodline's destiny." Lily's eyes widened in horror as the truth of its words settled over her. She had never really understood the full extent of her family's curse, but she understood now. Her father had known. He had been the one to try and stop it. He had sealed himself away, written his journal, tried to break the cycle. But even he hadn't been able to escape the pull of the house. And now it was her turn. A part of her had always known it. There was no escaping it. The curse would always live within her. The darkness would always be tied to her blood. She had fought it, but it was too powerful. It had already claimed her family, and now it would claim her as well. "No," she whispered again, but this time there was no conviction behind the words. She knew it was hopeless. The house was in control. It had always been in control. Her hands trembled as she reached up, clutching the pendant in her fingers. She didn't know what would happen. She didn't know if she could stop it. But the warmth of the pendant, the energy flowing from it, seemed to wrap around her, a strange comfort amidst the overwhelming darkness. And then, in a moment of clarity, Lily understood. She didn't have to fight it. She couldn't destroy it. But she could take control of it. She could break the cycle, not by resisting, but by embracing it. She was the last of the bloodline, the last to carry the curse. And it was hers to command, hers to rewrite. With trembling hands, Lily raised the pendant to her lips and whispered a prayer. An invocation that had been passed down through generations. A prayer to bind the curse, to tame it, to take the house's power and turn it inward. She had no idea if it would work, no idea what she was truly invoking, but it was her only choice. The shadows seemed to recoil at her words, the oppressive weight of the darkness lifting, even if just a little. The air grew still for a moment, and then the house groaned, as if in pain, as if something deep within it had been torn, something fundamental had been disrupted. Lily held her breath, her heart pounding in her chest as she waited, her body trembling with fear and anticipation. She didn't know if she had broken the curse, or if she had simply given herself over to it. But she felt the house shift, feel its power swirling around her, pressing against her. It was no longer the force of darkness. It was hers. She had bound herself to the house, but in doing so, she had become the master of it. The final offering was hers to give, and she would choose what it would be. The house stilled around Lily. The oppressive presence that had once clung to her every breath seemed to shift, like a living thing, recoiling from the invocation she had just whispered. For a moment, the world felt suspended in time. The shadows that had so relentlessly pursued her were now quiet still, as if they were waiting for something, as if they no longer had control. Lily's chest heaved with shallow breaths, her hands still clutching the pendant that had once felt like a burden, but now pulsed with a power of its own. An untapped force that flowed through her like electricity, surging beneath her skin. Her thoughts were a storm of conflicting emotions, fear, clarity, confusion, but also a deep, undeniable certainty that this moment was hers to command. She had no idea what she had truly done. Was the house tame? Had she broken the curse, or had she merely bound herself to it in a new, terrifying way? The whispers in her mind, the ancient voices of her ancestors, were now silent, as if they had withdrawn, leaving her with only the faint hum of the pendant and the stillness of the house. For the first time since she had stepped foot into this cursed place, Lily felt an odd sense of control. The shadows, the house, the darkness. They no longer felt like something out of her reach, something insurmountable. No. They felt like extensions of herself, threads of a tapestry she could now manipulate. She wasn't merely trapped within the house's grip, she was the one holding the strings. Her eyes scanned the room, searching for signs of movement, for the presence of the thing that had been stalking her, tormenting her. The dark figure, the embodiment of the house, was nowhere to be seen. It had vanished into the very walls of the house, leaving her standing alone, surrounded by silence. The moment felt fleeting, as if the stillness itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Waiting for her to make the next move. Lily took a slow, deliberate step forward, the floor creaking beneath her feet. The house, the very ground she stood on, seemed to shift beneath her, the walls warping slightly, as though the house were adjusting to her presence. The dark corners of the room, once thick with suffocating shadows, now felt like distant recesses, insignificant compared to the power that surged through her. Her pulse thrummed in her ears, but it was no longer from fear. It was from something else. Something that filled her veins, her chest, her very soul. She could feel the house's heartbeat. It was faint now. No longer the oppressive, constant pounding of terror, but a soft, rhythmic thrum that mirrored her own. She could sense its pulse, the slow, methodical beat of a creature alive. But not in the way of flesh and bone. It was the rhythm of the house, of the curse, of the bloodline. Lily reached up, her fingers brushing against the cold stone walls of the room. The surface seemed to hum under her touch, vibrating with a strange energy that was both familiar and foreign. The darkness that had once threatened to consume her now felt like an extension of her being, like an ancient force she could finally understand. She was connected to it, not as a victim, but as the master. "I am not afraid of you anymore," Lily whispered into the silence, her voice steady, strong. The walls responded. There was a low rumble, a shifting sound deep beneath the house's foundation. The shadows, once swirling and dark, began to dissipate, retreating into the corners like frightened animals. The air grew still, the oppressive weight lifting, but not entirely. The house still lived. It still breathed. But now, it would breathe with her, not against her. Lily's fingers clenched around the pendant, feeling its warmth surge through her. She had not destroyed the house's curse, she had become part of it. The darkness was no longer something to be feared. It was hers to control, hers to wield. The house had no hold over her. She had taken its power, reshaped it, and now she would use it to shape her own fate. With newfound resolve, Lily turned away from the altar, her eyes scanning the room as if for the first time. The house seemed different now, but the same. The air was thick with magic, ancient, primordial, raw, but it was hers. She could feel the house shifting, bending to her will. The doors, the windows, the walls, they all whispered her name, no longer in a warning, but in a beckoning. "Take your place." The voice of the house murmured from all around her, the words wrapping around her like a soft caress. "You are one with me, Lily. The bloodline is yours to lead now. The house is yours. You are the master of it all." Lily closed her eyes, allowing the weight of the house's words to sink into her being. The power within her was undeniable. The power of the house, the curse, her ancestors. It was all now within her grasp. But with this power came responsibility. The house would no longer be a place of terror. She would no longer be a victim. She would rewrite the history of her bloodline, and for that, she would need to understand the depths of the house, of the curse, and what her true purpose was. For the first time, she didn't feel like a prisoner. She didn't feel like the last in a line of cursed souls, doomed to suffer the mistakes of her forebears. She was the last, yes, but she was also the first to wield the power of the house, the first to decide what came next. and there was still so much more to uncover. Lily took a deep breath, her eyes opening slowly. The house, the very walls around her, seemed to pulse with life, its energy intertwining with hers. She could feel the whispers of the house's past, the lives that had come before her, the echoes of all those who had walked these halls. Their voices were no longer condemning her. They were calling her, guiding her. She stepped forward, moving toward the center of the room. The pendant around her neck warmed again, a steady pulse against her skin. She wasn't just the last of the bloodline. She was the rebirth, the house's new beginning. "Tell me what you need," Lily whispered into the stillness. "Tell me what I must do to set you free." For a moment, there was silence, and then the house responded. The shadows shifted once more, but this time they weren't threatening. They were like the embrace of an old friend, drawing her closer. The house had awakened, yes, but now it was her turn to decide what would come next. The whispers grew louder, no longer disjointed, no longer filled with the screams of the past. They were clear now, unified. They spoke as one. "You will lead us into the light, Lily. You will end the darkness." And as she stood in the heart of the house, she understood. This was not the end. This was the beginning. The house was no longer a place of suffocating darkness. It wasn't a tomb or a prison, and it was certainly no longer a place where the curse reigned supreme. It was something different now, something alive, something that had been waiting for this moment for as long as it had existed. And so, for the first time, Lily could feel its heartbeat, a steady, rhythmic thrum, resonating deep within her like an echo of her own pulse. The shadows that once threatened to consume her now seemed to bow to her presence, no longer enemies, but allies. The pendant around her neck pulsed once more, its warmth spreading through her chest like a rising tide, filling her veins with its power. The house, once oppressive and dark, had changed. The air no longer felt suffocating. It felt alive, buzzing with the energy of possibility. Lily could feel its history, the weight of the bloodline coursing through the stone and wood that surrounded her. She had taken control of it. She was no longer a prisoner, she was its keeper. The walls seemed to hum in response to her thoughts. The doors, the floors, the very structure of the house, they were no longer mere objects. They were part of her now. She could feel them, their essence intertwined with her own. The house wasn't just built upon a foundation of stone and wood. It was built upon a foundation of memories, of lives lived and lost, and she was the one to decide how the story would end. But with this power, Lily understood, came responsibility. She had rewritten the curse, yes, but the darkness was not gone. It was still there, lingering at the edges, waiting for an opening. And now, as its new master, she had to decide whether it would remain her ally or become her enemy once again. She took a deep breath and allowed the house's energy to flow through her. The pulse of the pendant matched her heartbeat, and with every thrum, she felt herself becoming more attuned to the very soul of the house. It was as if she could see the invisible lines that connected everything within it. The doors that led to forgotten rooms, the walls that concealed secrets, the very heart of the house, where its true power lay. But it wasn't just the house she had to control. It was the darkness that had once consumed it, the force that had been tied to her bloodline for generations. It was the darkness that had twisted her family's fate, turning them into something they were never meant to be. It was the darkness that had claimed her father, her ancestors, and now it was hers to command. Lily's eyes fluttered closed as she reached out with her mind. The darkness that had once consumed her was still there, deep within the bowels of the house, lurking like a slumbering beast. She could feel it now, its restless energy, just beneath the surface. But she wasn't afraid of it anymore. She had become one with it. And now, she would decide how it would be used. In that moment, Lily understood the true nature of the curse. It wasn't a curse at all. It was a bond, a connection. The house and her bloodline were bound together, and as the last of her family, it was her destiny to either keep the bond alive or break it forever. She could use the darkness for her own purposes, yes, but she could also harness it to rebuild what had been broken, to rebuild the house itself and make it something new. She took another breath, and as she exhaled, she felt the energy of the house begin to shift, the shadows shifting like a living thing, swirling around her feet, rising toward the ceiling. The house responded to her, responding to her intentions. She could feel the power now, coursing through her, flowing from the house to her and back again. It was a dance of energy, a delicate balance, and she was its conductor. The shadows began to pull away from the walls, no longer dark and oppressive, but shifting in beautiful patterns, like tendrils of smoke weaving together in a dance. The darkness was still there, but it was no longer a malevolent force. It was part of her now, a part of the house, a part of the world she was creating. "Let there be light," Lily whispered, her voice barely audible, but it resonated through the air like a prayer. And with those words, the darkness began to recede. The shadows that had once gripped the house, choking it with their weight, now withdrew, drawing back from the corners of the room, from the cracks in the walls. They faded into the air, dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The house exhaled a deep sigh of relief, and for the first time in a long while, Lily felt the warmth of the light touching her skin. It wasn't an instant transformation. It wasn't a sudden, blinding flash. But the change was undeniable. The walls, once dark and cold, began to glow with a soft, golden light, the energy of the house now infused with warmth and life. The air was clearer, lighter, and though the shadows still lingered, they no longer had the oppressive weight they once did. Lily opened her eyes and looked around, her gaze settling on the walls, the floor, the door that led out of the room. The house had changed. It was still the same house, but it was no longer just a prison. It was a place of potential, a place that could be molded, shaped into something new. The curse was no longer a weight. It was a power, a force that could be wielded for good, for growth, for life. Her father's voice whispered through her mind, soft and distant, like a fading echo, but clear all the same. "You have done it, Lily. You have rewritten our bloodline's fate. You are the master of this house now. It is yours to command. What happens next is up to you." Lily's breath caught in her throat as she took a step forward, her eyes scanning the room as if seeing it for the first time. The light, soft and golden, bathed the walls, the floors, the doors. It wasn't harsh. It wasn't blinding. It was gentle, warm, like a hand on her shoulder, guiding her. The house was no longer a place of fear. It was her home, her domain, and now it was her responsibility to decide how it would be used. She wasn't the victim. She wasn't bound to the curse anymore. She was the one who would lead, who would rebuild, who would bring life and light into a place that had once been consumed by darkness. Lily stood in the heart of the house, feeling the pulse of it beneath her feet, the rhythm of its energy flowing through her, alive with possibilities. She wasn't sure what the future held. She didn't know what challenges awaited her, but for the first time in her life, she was ready. She was no longer a prisoner of her bloodline. She was its savior. The house had been reborn, just as she had been. And now, together, they would forge a new destiny. Lily stood at the center of the house, her chest rising and falling with the weight of everything that had happened. The transformation had begun. The house, once dark and oppressive, now hummed with an energy that was undeniably hers. Her fingers tingled with power, and her heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the pulsing rhythm of the house, its foundation now aligned with her will. She closed her eyes, feeling the house's pulse reverberate through the floor, through the walls, through the air around her. She could feel its history, its presence. It had always been alive, but now it was different. The curse, the dark presence that had been entwined with her bloodline, was still there, but it was no longer something to fear. It was something she controlled, something she had tamed. Or, at least, that's what she believed. But there was a strange emptiness, an unsettling gap in her chest. She had taken control, yes. She had broken the shackles of her bloodline. But now that the darkness had been subdued, now that the power of the house was hers to command, she felt an ache. A longing. The light, the golden warmth that had begun to fill the house, was a welcome change. It was gentle, soft, a new dawn breaking across a once ruined landscape. But the shadows, though faded, were not entirely gone. They still lingered, like distant echoes in the corners waiting. Lily felt it then, the pull of the house, not as a threat, but as a guide. The house was calling to her. It wanted something. It needed something. Slowly, she walked toward the grand staircase that led to the upper floors. Each step felt purposeful, deliberate, and as she ascended, she could feel the air shift. There was an energy here, at the very top of the house, in a space that had once been sealed away, a place her family had never spoken of. It had always been off limits. She remembered the rumors from her childhood, the hushed whispers, the fear that clung to the upper levels of the house. Her parents had warned her to stay away, to never venture into that part of the house. But now, she was no longer afraid. She was in control. At the top of the stairs, there was a door. It was old, the wood faded and cracked. But there was something about it, a force pulling her toward it. Her fingers brushed against the handle, cold to the touch, and as she turned it, the door creaked open, revealing a room she had never seen before. A study, but not just any study. The air in the room was thick, as though it had been untouched for decades. Dust clung to the bookshelves, and old papers lay scattered across a large mahogany desk. The room was dimly lit, but the shadows seemed different here, not oppressive, but strange. The golden light from the rest of the house didn't quite reach this space. It was as though the room existed in a separate world, one just on the edge of reality. And at the far side of the room, there was a painting. Lily's breath caught in her throat as she approached it. The painting was ancient, its edges worn, the colors faded with time. But it was the subject that froze her in place. The figure in the painting, a woman, was unmistakable. It was her, a younger version of herself. Though this woman in the painting had a darker presence, her eyes hollow, her face gaunt and pale. She was draped in black, her hands outstretched, as though reaching for something. Or someone. Lily's heart pounded as she studied the painting, her fingers tracing the edge of the frame. The woman's expression was haunting, as if she knew something Lily didn't. As if she were waiting for her. "This is my grandmother," Lily whispered, the words feeling foreign on her tongue. But she knew it to be true. The resemblance was undeniable. The same dark eyes, the same dark hair, the same sharp features. But what did this mean? Why was the painting here, in this room, in a place her family had kept locked away for so long? The house responded. A low rumble filled the room, and Lily's hands shook as she stepped back. The air grew colder, the golden light fading. The shadows twisted once more, not around her, but in the corners of the room, around the painting. The woman in the portrait seemed to shift, her expression darkening. Lily could almost hear her whisper, her voice low and foreign, like an ancient chant. "You were always meant to find me," the woman's voice echoed in her mind. Lily recoiled, her pulse racing. The shadows around the painting seemed to gather, becoming thicker, more solid. The room felt alive with a strange, suffocating energy, and Lily realized, with a sickening jolt, that the house wasn't just a place of darkness. It was a place of manipulation, of control, and whatever it had been waiting for had arrived. "Who are you?" Lily demanded, her voice shaking, but steady. She could feel the weight of the house's power around her, a pressure pushing in from all sides. But there was also something else. Something beneath the surface. The shadows were not just a force of the house. They were part of something older, something more ancient. "I am the beginning," the voice whispered again. The painting seemed to flicker, as if the image were alive, as though the woman were stepping out of it. The one who sealed the house. The one who began it all. Lily's heart thundered in her chest. Her grandmother. She had never been told of this. The dark power her family had dealt with. The pact they had made, it all came rushing back. The shadows in the room pressed in tighter, swirling around her. The woman in the painting was no longer just a portrait. She was here, in the room with Lily, her presence seeping into the very walls. "You, Lily, are not the savior of this house," the voice continued, its tone dark and commanding. "You are its heir, the last to take my place." Lily's eyes widened. "No, I'm not like you," she whispered, her voice cracking with disbelief. The shadows in the room responded, wrapping around her, their grip tightening. The woman's presence grew stronger, more powerful, as if the house itself was merging with her. "You are me," the voice said, chilling and final. "The curse of the house is no longer a burden. It is your inheritance. You are the master, Lily, but you must embrace your true role. Only then will the house be free." Lily stood frozen, her mind reeling as the weight of the house's history pressed down on her. The shadows reached toward her like arms, pulling her toward the painting. The woman in the image smiled darkly, as if she had been waiting for this moment for generations. Lily closed her eyes, her body trembling as she fought against the pull. This wasn't what she had wanted. She hadn't come to this house to take on her grandmother's curse. She had come to destroy it. But as the shadows twisted around her, she realized there was no escape. Not from the house, not from her bloodline, and not from the woman who had once ruled it all. Lily's body was frozen in place, a prisoner to the shadows that now consumed the room. Her breath came in shallow, quick gasps, and her heart hammered painfully in her chest. The walls of the study seemed to close in on her, the darkness curling around her like a tightening noose. The painting, the woman within it, had taken on a life of its own, her hollow eyes locked onto Lily's with an unsettling intensity. "You are me," the voice whispered again, filling her mind, reverberating in every corner of the room. "The bloodline, the curse, it all ends with you. You will take your place. You will become the new keeper of this house. It was always your destiny." "No!" Lily gasped, shaking her head violently as she tried to pull away from the shadows that coiled around her. But her body betrayed her, and she felt herself being drawn closer to the painting, to the woman whose dark presence had once consumed her ancestors. It was the pull of the house, the deep, ancient energy that she had come to understand, but this time it felt different. It felt wrong. "You cannot deny it," the woman's voice said, now rising to a whispering chant, as if the very house itself had become an extension of her will. "You are the heir, the last of the bloodline. This house is yours, as it was mine." Lily clenched her fists, summoning every ounce of strength she had to fight the pull. Her mind screamed, trying to block out the voice that echoed through her skull. But the truth of it all weighed heavy on her heart. The house, the very walls that had once felt like a cage, were part of her now, and she was part of them. The darkness, the curse, it was all tied to her bloodline, tied to her. She could feel it, deep in her veins, the same pulse that had coursed through her ancestors. They had made a pact with the house, with the darkness that had followed them for generations. They had bound themselves to it, and now it was her turn. Or was it? She didn't have to follow in their footsteps, did she? She could fight this. She could break the cycle. "You cannot fight your destiny, Lily," the voice said again, its tone mocking, cold. You are my legacy. You will fulfill the pact your ancestors made. You will become what I was. The master of this house, the keeper of the curse. Lily's breath caught in her throat, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of hopelessness wash over her. The woman in the painting had been the first to bind herself to the house, the first to make the pact. The house had taken her, had twisted her into something else, something dark, something not human. But Lily wasn't like that. She couldn't be like that. She had fought too hard to break free from the shadows. And yet, as the shadows continued to encircle her, as the house hummed with an eerie, suffocating energy, she realized the truth. The house wasn't going to let her go. It was a part of her. It was in her blood. She was bound to it, not just by her ancestors' choices, but by the very essence of who she was. The last of the bloodline, the last to carry the curse. No, Lily whispered fiercely as the shadows seemed to grow heavier around her, tugging her toward the painting, toward the woman's presence. She had to fight. She had to make a choice. With every ounce of strength, Lily closed her eyes and forced herself to take control. She could feel the darkness tightening around her, but she had come too far to give in. The shadows, the curse, they no longer had power over her unless she allowed it. I am not you, she muttered under her breath, her voice growing stronger with each word. I am not bound to this. I will not be your legacy. I will not carry your darkness. The shadows seemed to hesitate, as if taken aback by her resistance. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the air thick with tension. For a moment, Lily thought the house would fight back, but then she realized something. The house wasn't fighting her. It was waiting for her to claim it. With a deep breath, Lily focused all her energy, reaching into the darkness that swirled around her. She could feel it deep within the walls, deep within her blood. The curse, the darkness, was not just an external force. It was within her, entwined with her essence. And for the first time, Lily understood. She had to embrace it. She couldn't destroy it, couldn't erase it, but she could control it. She could rewrite it. She reached out, mentally grasping the power within her, pulling it toward her, willing it to bend to her will. The shadows hesitated, then slowly began to retreat, their grip loosening as they responded to her strength. The pulse of the house, the heartbeat that had once filled the walls with terror, began to slow, to steady, to synchronize with her own. And then, Lily opened her eyes. The shadows had receded, but the room was still filled with an uneasy energy. The house had not been defeated. It had not been vanquished. But it was no longer its own master. She was its keeper now. The woman in the painting seemed to flicker, her form shifting and blurring as if caught between the realms of the living and the dead. Lily took a step back, her heart pounding, her eyes never leaving the image. You have broken free, but you cannot undo what has been done, the woman's voice echoed, now softer, more distant. You cannot escape the bloodline's legacy. It is yours, Lily. It is in you. It is your choice whether to rule it or be ruled by it. The painting shimmered again, and Lily knew that the woman, her grandmother, was gone. The room felt different now, lighter. The air was no longer suffocating with the weight of the curse. But it wasn't gone. The house, the power, the darkness, they were still there, waiting. Lily had not destroyed it. She had not erased it. But she had taken control of it. She had rewritten the terms of the curse. As she stood in the center of the room, surrounded by the shadows that no longer held dominion over her, Lily realized something. The house had always been a part of her. It had always been connected to her bloodline. But now, she was its master. And with that mastery came a terrible responsibility. The choice had always been hers, she now realized. The house was hers to command, but it would never truly be free, and neither would she. The air in the room still hummed, heavy with the weight of change. Lily stood at the center of it, her chest rising and falling with each breath. The room had transformed, but not in the way she had hoped. The house, once an ancient prison, now felt more like an old, powerful creature, one that was only partially subdued. She could feel its pulse, steady and relentless, deep within her. Like an echo of her own heartbeat, she was no longer running from the curse, she was its keeper. She had claimed it, but at what cost? Lily turned her gaze back to the painting of her grandmother, now faded and muted. Her figure seemed almost wistful, as though she were fading into the past, retreating from the present. For a moment, Lily felt a strange pull toward it, a connection that stretched across generations, a lineage bound by more than just blood. The house, the curse, her family, they were all bound to each other. And now, she was the one who would carry that burden. "You've done what no one before you could," the voice of the house whispered in the stillness. It wasn't the voice of her grandmother now, but something older, something more ancient. That seemed to seep from the very walls of the house. "You have taken control. But remember, the darkness does not simply go away. It remains with you as long as you live." Lily clenched her jaw, refusing to let the weight of its words crush her. She had fought so hard, had endured so much to get to this point. But now that she had claimed the house, now that the power of the bloodline was hers to wield, she felt an unsettling emptiness creeping into her chest. Will it ever truly be free? She whispered to the house, though she wasn't sure if she was asking it or herself. For a moment, the house seemed to exhale, the walls shifting with a faint groan, as though contemplating her question. The shadows that had once loomed like oppressive forces now seemed to hold a different energy, quieter, more subdued, but still present, still waiting. They were part of her now. She could feel them, just beneath the surface, ready to rise if she lost control. And the weight of that knowledge was heavy. "You are not free from the shadows," the voice answered softly. "They will always be with you, as they have been with your bloodline for centuries. But now you are their master. You are the keeper. The curse is no longer something that controls you, but it is still part of you." Lily's fingers tightened around the pendant that hung from her neck. The once forgotten heirloom, now glowing faintly with the energy of the house, was a constant reminder of the chain that had been forged long ago. Her bloodline had bound themselves to this place, to this power, and now she was its final link. But that wasn't the whole truth. She wasn't just a passive heir. She was the one who would decide its future. She had the power to rewrite the story, to break the cycle of fear, and perhaps, just perhaps, to lead the house into a new era. But she wasn't sure she had the strength to carry that responsibility. With a heavy sigh, Lily turned away from the painting. The room felt colder now, despite the light that had begun to seep through the cracks. She could feel it, the weight of history in every step she took. The footsteps of her ancestors lingering in the walls. They had all walked these halls, and now she would walk them too. But where would she go? What was the next step? She had tamed the darkness, but was that enough? Lily walked toward the large window, its glass still cracked and dirty from years of neglect. She wiped away the dust, peering outside. The world beyond seemed as distant as ever, a forgotten reality she had left behind when she entered this cursed place. But now she could sense the world calling to her, even through the veil of darkness that surrounded the house. There was still life beyond these walls. A life she could claim, if only she could find the strength to leave. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cold glass. Her reflection stared back at her. A young woman, but one who had been shaped by forces far beyond her control. Her face was tired, haunted by the weight of what she had just done, but there was something else in her eyes. Something new. A fire. A determination. She had claimed this house, this legacy. But now she had to decide what to do with it. Am I really free? she whispered to her reflection. The house responded not with words, but with a feeling, a sensation, as if the very air around her was thick with unspoken promises, ancient vows made long before she had ever set foot here. The house had been waiting for her, for someone who could take the mantle. But it had never been free, and neither was she. She would always carry the weight of this place, this legacy, for as long as she lived. But the question remained, would she rule it, or be ruled by it? A thought struck her, one that sent a chill through her spine. She wasn't just the last of her bloodline. She was the keeper of its history, its stories, its power. She had inherited the burden, but she also inherited its strength. The darkness, the curse. They were parts of her, but she would choose what to do with them. She could break the cycle, rewrite the history. She could bring the house into the light, or let it remain in the shadows. The decision was hers. The air in the room shifted again, and Lily felt the house's pulse quicken, as though it was waiting for her to make her choice. "I choose to lead," she said firmly, her voice steady. The house seemed to respond, the shadows pulling back once more, the warmth of the light growing stronger. The air around her lightened, the suffocating grip of the darkness loosening. But it wasn't gone. It wasn't over. The house still hummed with power, and it always would. But now, Lily knew that she controlled it. She would lead it not with fear, but with strength. She would guide it into a new era, one where the curse was no longer a chain, but a tool that could be used for change. With that, she turned from the window and walked toward the center of the room, her heart pounding with determination. The house was hers to command now, but more importantly, it was hers to reshape. She would make sure that its future was one of her choosing. And as she stepped forward into the unknown, Lily felt the weight of the house settle onto her shoulders, not as a burden, but as a crown. The keeper was not a prisoner. She was the ruler. Lily stood in the center of the room, her chest rising and falling with a steady breath. The silence of the house was no longer a threat, no longer an oppressive force pressing down on her. It felt like a waiting presence, like the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. The golden light that had once been a trickle now flooded the room, casting the shadows into retreat. She could feel the weight of her decision settling in, the enormity of it sinking deeper into her bones. She had claimed the house. She had taken its power, its curse, and rewritten it into something that could serve her will. The darkness that had once controlled her, that had defined her family for generations, was now no longer a force to fear. She was the one who controlled it. But that control came with responsibility. She had bound herself to the house. She had made herself the keeper of its power. She had accepted its legacy. Lily turned away from the window, her gaze sweeping the room. The once dusty bookshelves were now pristine, their ancient tomes neatly aligned, waiting to be read. The cracks in the walls had mended, the paint on the ceiling brightened. The air itself felt lighter, as if the house had been holding its breath for far too long, and now, finally, exhaled. Yet, despite the peace that had settled over the house, Lily knew this wasn't the end. The house had changed, yes, but the shadows were not gone. The darkness was still there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting. She could feel it in the air, in the walls, in the very bones of the house. It was part of her now. Just as she had accepted her role as the house's keeper, she had accepted the darkness that came with it. She stepped forward, her feet light on the floor, as though the house itself was welcoming her, guiding her to the center of the room. There, before her, was an ornate mirror that hadn't been there before. It was tall, its frame made of dark, polished wood, and its surface shimmered with a faint light, almost as if it were alive. Lily approached it cautiously, her breath slow and even. She had seen mirrors like this in her dreams, in her nightmares. The reflection that gazed back at her was not just her own. It was the house's reflection, the curse's reflection, the bloodline's reflection. As she stared into the mirror, she saw her own face, but with something more. Her eyes were darker than before, deeper, like they held centuries of untold secrets. Her face, too, seemed older, wiser, as though the house had etched its stories into her skin. It was as if the house had shared its history with her, its memories and its power, and they now lived within her, inextricably linked to her very being. Lily reached out a hand, her fingers brushing the glass. The reflection in the mirror didn't shift or change, but it felt as though it were watching her, waiting for her to make the next move. "You've taken the crown," the house's voice whispered, now deep and resonant, echoing in her mind. "You are the master of this place now. But remember, the crown is not without its burdens. The darkness will always seek to reclaim what it has lost. You must guard it, Lily, or it will consume you." She closed her eyes, her hand resting against the mirror, feeling its cool surface beneath her fingertips. She could sense the weight of the house's words, the truth in them. The darkness was not something she could banish. It would always be with her, lurking just beneath the surface, a part of the power she had claimed. But now, she had a choice. Lily opened her eyes again, her reflection staring back at her. The shadows in the mirror seemed to twist, to reach out toward her, but she was no longer afraid. She had tamed them. She had rewritten the rules. She wasn't a victim of the house's power. She was its ruler. "I will not be consumed," Lily said softly, her voice steady and resolute. "I will not let the darkness take me." As if in response, the reflection in the mirror rippled, and for a moment, Lily thought she saw something shift. Something beyond her own image. Something darker, something that seemed to belong to the house itself. But it was fleeting, a brief, passing moment. The house, it seemed, had one more secret to share. She stepped back from the mirror, her heart pounding in her chest. There was a lingering sense that something was not yet finished, that the house was waiting for her to unlock its final mystery. Lily turned away from the mirror, her resolve growing stronger with every passing second. The shadows, though still there, no longer held the same power they once did. She was in control now. She would shape the house, shape its future, according to her will. The darkness was not her enemy anymore. It was part of her, part of what made her strong. It was a tool, a power to be wielded. Lily moved toward the center of the room, where the floor seemed to hum with energy. The house was alive, its power coursing through the very stones beneath her feet. She could feel it. She could feel the potential. There was more to this house than the curse, more than the darkness. It was a living entity, one that had waited for someone like her to take its reins. "Tell me," Lily whispered, her voice echoing in the stillness, "what comes next?" The walls seemed to sigh a soft, ancient sound that reverberated through the house. And then, the answer came, not in words, but in feelings, in sensations. She felt a strange pull, a tug toward the heart of the house, a place she had never dared to explore. It was deep within, hidden from view, concealed in shadows so ancient they were almost forgotten. Lily felt the urge to go there, to uncover whatever secret the house still kept locked away. She didn't know why, but she knew it was important. This place, this house, had more to reveal. She wasn't done yet. And so, she took the first step toward the unknown, toward the heart of the house, where the final mystery of her bloodline awaited. Lily's heart beat steadily, but beneath the calm of her breath, she could feel the weight of the house pressing in from every side. The house was alive, and now, so was she. The power that coursed through its walls was hers to command, but it was a power she didn't fully understand. It was as though she were standing on the precipice of something vast, something ancient. She could feel it deep within her bones, this connection to the house, to the curse. to the bloodline that had been tied to it for generations. And now, with every step she took deeper into the house, it was as if the very air around her shifted. The house was breathing, alive in a way she had never realized. It wasn't just a place filled with dark memories and curses. It was a living organism, its roots tangled in the past, its pulse beating in time with hers. She wasn't just a part of it, she was it, and it was her. The corridor before her seemed endless, its walls stretching forward into shadow. The house had a way of warping reality, bending time and space to its whims, and Lily could feel it now, the deeper she went. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of history, as if the walls themselves were whispering ancient secrets, forgotten promises, and the sins of those who had walked these halls before her. Her steps were slow, deliberate, the weight of her purpose growing with each moment. She had come to reclaim the house. She had taken control of the darkness, reshaped it into something that could serve her will. But there was something else. Something more profound that the house had yet to reveal to her. The farther she walked, the more she could feel it. The pull toward the heart of the house. The place where the power was concentrated, where the curse had taken root so long ago, where her bloodline's pact had first been made. She reached the end of the hallway. A heavy wooden door stood before her, its surface covered in intricate carvings, symbols that were foreign to her, but somehow familiar. They felt ancient, like they had been etched into the wood by hands long since turned to dust. The door was old, weathered, and yet it exuded an undeniable energy, a raw, untamed power that made her fingers tingle in anticipation. Lily paused for a moment, her hand hovering over the door's handle. She could feel it, the weight of what lay behind it. The secrets that the house had kept hidden for so long. She had come this far, and now the final chapter of her journey would unfold. She reached out and turned the handle. The door creaked open, and Lily stepped inside. The room beyond was vast, its size impossible to comprehend. It was like stepping into the heart of the house itself. The air was thick with an energy that sent a shiver down her spine, and the floor beneath her feet seemed to hum with life. The walls were covered in intricate murals, depicting scenes from her family's history. The rise and fall of her ancestors, the moments that had shaped their legacy, the binding of the curse that had taken root in the house. But it wasn't just the murals that caught her attention. At the center of the room, on a pedestal made of black stone, was a large, crystalline object. It pulsed with a soft, blue light, the glow emanating from deep within, like the heartbeat of the house itself. It was beautiful yet terrifying, a thing of immense power. Lily approached it slowly, her heart racing in her chest. She could feel the pull of it, the same pull she had felt ever since she had stepped into the house. This was the heart of the house, the true source of its power. This was what had bound her family to it. And now, it was hers to command. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the crystal. The moment she touched it, the house seemed to shudder. The walls groaned, the air thickening with energy. The pulse of the crystal quickened, matching the rhythm of her own heartbeat. And then, the voice of the house spoke to her once more, its tone different now, softer, more like a whisper. But there was a sense of finality to it, a sense of inevitability. "You have come to the heart of the house," it said. "And now you must choose. You have claimed the darkness, but you have also claimed the light. The house is yours to shape. But remember, every choice has its cost." Lily's hand hovered over the crystal, her heart racing with uncertainty. She understood what the house was saying. The power she had claimed came with a price. She could shape the house, bring it into the light, but that would require sacrifices. The darkness would always be there, lurking in the corners, waiting for the opportunity to rise. It was a part of her, part of the house, and it could never be completely erased. but she could control it. She could use it for good. The darkness could no longer consume her. It would be a tool, a power she would wield, not something that would wield her. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, the weight of the decision settling on her shoulders. She had already chosen once, when she had taken control of the house. But now, the real test awaited her. Would she accept the burden that came with it? Would she become the master of the house, or would she let it consume her as it had done with her ancestors? Her fingers brushed the surface of the crystal again, and the moment she touched it, the house seemed to respond, its power thrumming through her. She felt the darkness rise within her, the power of her bloodline, the weight of the house's legacy. But this time, it wasn't suffocating. It was a part of her, and she was in control. Lily opened her eyes, and the crystal's glow intensified, filling the room with a brilliant light. The house seemed to breathe in time with her, its energy pulsating with life. The murals on the walls seemed to shift, their stories unfolding before her eyes, as if they were watching her, waiting for her to make her choice. This was the moment she had fought for. "I choose to lead," she whispered, her voice steady and strong. "I choose to guide this house, to shape its future. The darkness will not rule me. I will be its keeper, but I will not be consumed by it." As the words left her lips, the crystal began to hum with power. The light that emanated from it intensified, and the walls of the room seemed to shift, the shadows retreating into the corners. The darkness was still there, but it no longer had the power to overtake her. She had claimed the house. She had claimed its power. And now she was its ruler. The heart of the house had been revealed to her, and it was hers to command. She had chosen to embrace the legacy of her bloodline, not as a curse, but as a gift. The darkness would always be a part of her, but she would not let it define her. She would lead the house into a new era, one where its power was used for good, not destruction. Lily took a deep breath and stood tall, her heart steady, her mind clear. She had embraced the burden, and now she was ready to lead. The light of the crystal bathed the room in a soft, golden glow, but it was the pulse, the energy beneath the surface, that Lily felt most intensely. The room, once shrouded in darkness and mystery, now thrummed with life, her life. The house had always been alive, but now it was her domain, her power. She had claimed the throne, not with force, but with understanding, with mastery over both light and shadow. She turned away from the pedestal, feeling the house respond to her every thought, every movement. It was no longer a passive entity that merely existed. It was an extension of her will. Each step she took resonated through the walls. The very air around her shifted, as if the house itself were breathing in sync with her. The curse, which had once bound her family to this place, was no longer an inescapable trap. It was now a part of her, something she could wield, something she could reshape. Her fingers brushed the cool stone walls, and as she touched them, images flickered in her mind. The faces of her ancestors, their lives and deaths etched into the very foundation of the house. She could feel their presence now, not as ghosts or whispers, but as part of the house's legacy, part of the bloodline she had inherited. They were no longer haunting her. They were guiding her. She understood, now this house, this power, was not hers to conquer, but hers to lead. She wasn't breaking the chain, she was forging a new one. As she moved deeper into the heart of the house, the feeling of control surged. The darkness still existed within her, coiled like a serpent, but it no longer threatened to consume her. She controlled it. It was an ally now, a force she could use as she saw fit. It was hers, as much a part of her as the blood that ran through her veins. The shadows, which had once been so menacing, were now malleable, bending to her will. She could feel them at the edges of her consciousness, like an ever-present whisper, but they no longer held dominion over her. The house responded again, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through her chest. It was alive with energy, but this time, it was a welcoming, not a threatening presence. It was as if the house were embracing her, acknowledging her as its rightful ruler. She had feared this power once, had dreaded the weight of the curse. But now, with the weight of the house on her shoulders, she felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. At the end of the corridor, Lily reached another door, one she had never noticed before. It was simple, almost ordinary in its appearance, but there was something about it that drew her attention. She paused, her hand hovering over the handle. She could feel the power behind it, the mystery it held. The house was speaking to her again, guiding her toward this moment. With a steady breath, she opened the door. The room beyond was unlike any she had seen before. It was vast, its walls lined with bookshelves filled with ancient texts, scrolls, and tomes that seemed to glow with a faint light. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, bathed in the same soft golden light that emanated from the crystal she had left behind. But it wasn't the altar or the books that caught her attention. It was the symbols etched into the floor, intricate, complex, but strangely familiar. They pulsed with a rhythmic energy, like the very heart of the house was beating beneath her feet. She stepped inside, her footsteps echoing in the vast room. The air was thick with ancient power, and Lily could feel the weight of history pressing in from all sides. This was the heart of the house, the source of its power. Not the crystal, not the murals, but this room, this place where the curse had begun. And now, it was hers to command. Lily walked toward the altar, her fingers brushing against the cool stone surface. As she touched it, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the room seemed to come alive. The symbols on the floor began to glow, their light pulsing in time with the house's heartbeat. The air hummed with power, and for a moment, Lily felt as though the very walls of the house were speaking to her, whispering their secrets. The voice of the house echoed in her mind once again. This time, it was not just a whisper, but a clear and resonant voice, one that filled the room. "You have chosen your path, Lily," the voice said. "You have taken the crown, and now, you must decide how you will lead. The darkness is yours to command, but it will always seek to rise. Your bloodline is forever tied to this house, and with it, the shadows. But the light, too, is within you. It is your choice whether to rule with balance, or let the darkness consume all." Lily's breath caught in her throat. The weight of the decision before her was immense. She could feel the darkness rising within her, tempting her to wield its power with an iron fist. But the light was still there, too, whispering for her to use the darkness not as a weapon, but as a tool. She had the power to change the house, to guide it into a new era, one where light and shadow coexisted, where the curse was not a source of fear, but of strength. It was her choice, and for the first time, she truly understood what it meant to lead. To wield both the light and the darkness. She would shape the future of this house. She would guide it into a new era. With steady hands, Lily placed her palm against the altar, the symbols glowing brighter beneath her touch. The room hummed with energy, the walls vibrating with the power she had claimed. The darkness within her and the light from the house seemed to merge, intertwining into something greater, something new. She closed her eyes, focusing on the pulse of the house, the rhythm of her own heartbeat, and the power that surged through her. She was the keeper of the house, its ruler, its protector. She had embraced the curse, but she would no longer let it define her. The house would be hers to shape, and with it, she would shape the world. When Lily opened her eyes again, the room was still, but the power of the house seemed to resonate deeper within her. The shadows, though present, no longer felt like a threat. They were part of her, part of the house, and they could be used to bring about change, not destruction. The house had finally accepted her, and in that acceptance, she had found her true power. I choose balance," Lily whispered, her voice strong, filled with purpose. "I will lead with light and shadow." And with those words, the room seemed to come alive, the power of the house flowing through her and into the world beyond. She was the master now, but more importantly, she was the keeper, the one who would guide the house into a new era. The darkness would no longer rule her, she would rule it. And so Lily, the last of her bloodline, the keeper of the house, stepped forward, ready to lead. Lily stood at the altar, feeling the weight of her decision settle upon her shoulders. The room hummed with energy, the shadows and light intertwined like an intricate dance. She had taken her place as the keeper, the ruler of the house, but with it came a responsibility that extended far beyond the walls of the mansion. The house was hers, its secrets and power, its darkness and light. And now, she had to decide what to do with it. The voice of the house had faded, but its presence lingered, like a soft echo in the back of her mind. It was still there, watching, waiting, but it no longer dominated her thoughts. Lily felt a deep connection to the house, a sense of unity between them. She was no longer just the heir, the last of the bloodline bound to this place. She was the master, the ruler, and she could shape its future. But the first step was still uncertain. What did she want for this place? What would she do with its immense power, its dark history, its curse? Could she truly free the house from its past, or was it forever bound to the shadows that had followed her family for generations? Lily's gaze drifted toward the door, the one she had entered through. The hallway outside seemed unchanged, yet something inside her had shifted. She was no longer just a visitor, a frightened girl looking for answers. She was the keeper now, and with that came a new role, a new purpose. The house had been waiting for her to step into it, to take control. And now that she had, it was time to decide what she would do with the gift and the burden she had inherited. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone of the altar once more, grounding herself. The hum of energy around her was calming, steady, like the pulse of the earth itself. The house was alive with potential, but it was still tethered to the past, to the curse, to the bloodline. It had shaped her ancestors, consumed them, twisted them into something unrecognizable. But Lily would not let that happen to her. She would reshape the house, not by denying its past, but by embracing it, both the darkness and the light. She had already made the choice to lead with balance. Now, she had to start making the changes. The house, sensing her resolve, responded. The shadows that had once loomed so ominously in every corner now softened, retreating into the edges of the room. The light, which had once seemed distant and fragile, now bathed the room in a warm glow, wrapping the space in a sense of calm, of hope. Lily could feel the shift, the subtle but undeniable change. The house had acknowledged her decision, accepted her leadership, and now it was waiting for her to guide it. As she turned toward the door, she knew that the first step was to make the house more than just a home. It had to become a place of healing. Not just for her, but for her family's legacy. The curse was still a part of her, a part of the house, but it didn't have to define them anymore. She had power, and with that power, she could shape a new future. Lily took a deep breath and stepped into the hallway, the floor beneath her feet warm and solid. The house responded, the walls shifting slightly, as if guiding her, making way for her footsteps. The house was hers now, and it would be her ally in the journey ahead. She walked through the familiar hallways, but they no longer felt oppressive. The darkness that had once clung to the corners now seemed like a distant memory, and the light that followed her was not just the house's, but hers. She was carrying both the light and the shadow within her, and for the first time, she felt like she could truly begin to understand them both. As she passed through the rooms, Lily could sense the lingering memories of her family, the echoes of their lives and struggles. But now, they no longer felt like ghosts haunting her every step. The house had been a prison for them, a place where they had been consumed by the curse. But Lily was different. She wasn't running from the house. She was embracing it, reshaping it. She would not let the house dictate her future, or the future of those who came after her. The first room she entered was the one she had spent so many years in, the room that had once been her refuge. Now it felt like the beginning of something new, something she could build upon. The bookshelves, the desk, the artifacts of her family's past, they were no longer just relics of a dark history. They were tools for change. Lily moved toward the desk and opened the drawer. Inside, she found her father's journal, the one that had once been a map to escape the house. But now, as she flipped through its pages, she realized that the journal was no longer a guide for escape. It was a guide for understanding, for growth. Her father had struggled with the curse, had tried to free the house from its grip. But now, with her, that grip was loosened. She wasn't bound by the same chains. She could rewrite the legacy, not by denying the past, but by learning from it. The pages of the journal were filled with his observations, his attempts to understand the house, its history, and the power that lay within it. But there was a new sense of purpose in Lily now. She wasn't bound by the fear of what had come before. She was determined to make her own way, to create a future where the house was a place of healing, of light. Her fingers traced the pages, the ink faded but still legible. She could feel her father's presence in these words, his love for her, his desire to protect her. But now, she would do what he couldn't. She would take the house and its power and make it hers. She would not be the prisoner. She would be the master. With a steady breath, Lily closed the journal and set it back in the drawer. She wasn't finished with it yet. There was more to learn, more to understand. But for now, she knew that the house was hers, and it was time to begin the next chapter of her story. The door to the room opened, and Lily stepped into the hallway again, her mind clearer, her purpose stronger. She had made the first step. The house had been reborn, and now, so had she. The darkness and the light were no longer enemies. They were part of the same force, the same power, and together they would shape the future. She was the keeper of the house, and now it was time to lead it into the world. Lily walked through the halls of the house with a sense of calm that had eluded her for so long. The transformation was not instantaneous. It was subtle, a shift in the very fabric of the place that only she could feel. The weight of the house, the centuries of darkness and curses that had lingered in every corner, still pressed on her. But now, it was no longer a burden. She had claimed it, and with that claim came an understanding, a deep connection to the very heart of the house. The power within her, the shadows and the light, swirled together, mingling in her chest, waiting to be used. She could feel them, both the darkness that ran through her bloodline and the flickering light that had been buried beneath it all. Now they coexisted, side by side. She didn't need to choose between them. They were part of her, and she would use both to shape the future of the house and her own. As she passed through the rooms, each step was filled with purpose. Her feet no longer moved hesitantly, as they once had. There was a steadiness to her now, a certainty that had been forged from the trials she had faced and the choices she had made. The house no longer loomed over her, an entity to be feared. Now, it was something she controlled, something she could shape and mold to her will. But the power it offered her was not without its dangers. She knew that. The darkness, though subdued, still lingered in the corners of her mind. It would always be there, a part of her and the house. But now, instead of being controlled by it, she controlled it. It was her choice what to do with the power. She wasn't afraid of it anymore. She wasn't afraid of herself. Lily entered the central hall of the house. the vast space stretching before her. The once ominous hallway was now bathed in the same warm, golden light that had begun to infuse the rooms. The grand staircase that spiraled upward was no longer a symbol of isolation. It felt welcoming now, as though it too had been reborn, ready to carry her forward. As she ascended the staircase, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the house's grandeur. It was more than just stone and wood. It was history, power, and legacy. The bloodline that had walked its halls before her had been entangled with it, bound by fate and fear. But now Lily stood at the helm. The legacy would not be one of fear. It would be a legacy of choice, of understanding, and of strength. The higher she climbed, the more she felt the weight of her responsibility. She was the keeper now, not just of the house, but of the legacy, of the very essence that had been passed down through generations. Her family had come here seeking power, but it had been twisted. They had been consumed by it. But Lily would be different. She had to be. She had embraced the darkness, but not as a tyrant. She would lead with it, guide it into something useful. Something that could be harnessed to build a future instead of destroy one. At the top of the staircase, she paused, her eyes drawn to the door at the far end of the hallway. It was old. Its wood worn and scarred by time, but it called to her, a whisper in the back of her mind. She could feel it, the pull of something hidden, something that had always been waiting for her. She approached it slowly, her heart steady in her chest. The door was an enigma, one she hadn't explored yet, and something about it beckoned her forward. Her fingers brushed against the cool wood, and the moment her hand made contact, the air around her seemed to shift, a soft, almost imperceptible hum running through the house. With a deep breath, she turned the handle and pushed the door open. Beyond it lay a room unlike any she had seen before. It was a library filled with ancient tomes, scrolls, and artifacts that seemed to pulse with energy. The room was bathed in a faint, eerie light, the kind that came not from the sun, but from something older, something more powerful. The shelves stretched high into the vaulted ceiling, the weight of knowledge and history pressing down on her. But it wasn't the books or the artifacts that captured her attention. It was the centerpiece of the room. In the center of the library, sitting on a pedestal, was a large stone chest. It was old, covered in strange markings, and the air around it felt charged with an energy that she couldn't quite understand. Lily approached it cautiously, every instinct in her telling her that this was what she had been searching for. The final piece of the puzzle, the key to understanding the true extent of the house's power. The markings on the chest seemed familiar, as though she had seen them before, but in a way that she couldn't place. They were symbols, woven together in a pattern she couldn't decipher. But they seemed to resonate with the very core of the house, like a silent language, a secret waiting to be uncovered. Her fingers hovered above the chest, and she could feel the pulse of it, the same rhythm that had filled the house, that had filled her own heart. It was the heartbeat of the house, ancient and powerful, and it was waiting for her. With a steady hand, Lily lifted the lid of the chest. Inside, the first thing she saw was a dark, heavy book, bound in black leather. The pages were worn, the ink faded with age, but it was clear that this was no ordinary book. This was the book of her family's legacy. The true book. The one her ancestors had hidden away, the one they had never allowed her to see. Lily lifted it carefully, her heart racing as she opened it. The pages were filled with the same symbols that had adorned the chest, the same markings that now seemed to pulse with power. She could feel the weight of the knowledge contained within, the power that had been sealed away for so long, the knowledge that her ancestors had fought to keep hidden. And then, as she turned the pages, she found something unexpected. A map. Not just of the house, but of the land beyond, the world outside the mansion's walls. It was a map that had been drawn in secret, a map that hinted at something far bigger than the house, something that extended far beyond her family's bloodline. Lily could feel the pull of it. This map, these symbols. They were not just tied to her family. They were tied to something much older, something much greater. The house was part of a larger story, one that had yet to unfold. And now, it was hers to discover. As the weight of the revelation settled on her, Lily knew that the first step had been taken. She had claimed the house, shaped its power, and begun to write her own legacy. But now, the true journey was about to begin. The darkness and light were hers to command, and the future of the house, and the world beyond, was waiting for her to lead it. And Lily was ready. The library hummed with a quiet, almost imperceptible vibration as Lily flipped through the pages of the ancient book. Her hands shook slightly as she traced the lines of symbols, her mind racing with the enormity of what she had uncovered. The map, the symbols, the weight of the house's history. It was all laid out before her, like pieces of a puzzle that had never been meant to fit. But now they were finally coming together. The light in the room seemed to flicker with each page she turned, as though the house itself was alive, reacting to her discovery. The chest that had held the book seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, its surface glowing faintly. The dark leather of the book creaked as it opened wider, revealing more secrets, more of the family's tangled legacy. Lily's fingers stopped at a page filled with a series of names, many of which were familiar. Her family, the generations that had come before her. Their lives were recorded here in this book, and with each name, a history of sorrow, of pact, of darkness. But it wasn't just the names that caught her attention. It was the final entry, her name. It was written in the same fading ink, her name, with a strange symbol beside it. The symbol was different from the others, more intricate, more deliberate. It was a sigil she had never seen before, but it felt oddly familiar, almost as if it had been waiting for her to recognize it. The lines of the symbol were delicate, like threads weaving through the fabric of her destiny, binding her to something greater than herself. Her breath caught in her throat. She had known, on some level, that her bloodline was tied to something far beyond the house, beyond its curse. But this symbol meant something deeper, something more powerful than she had imagined. She could feel it in her very bones. She was not just the keeper of the house, the heir to its darkness and light. She was the key. The final link in a chain that stretched across time, a chain that bound her to the very heart of the house, and beyond. She stared at the symbol, the weight of its significance pressing on her chest. What did it mean? And why had her family hidden this from her? Lily's eyes flicked back to the map, and as she studied it, she realized something. The map wasn't just a depiction of the house or the land around it. It was a map of something much older. It showed regions, locations that didn't exist on any modern map. And it wasn't just a map of places. It was a map of power, of influence. The places on the map were sites of ancient significance, locations where power had been gathered, bound, and hidden for centuries. Her mind raced with possibilities. These places were more than just dots on a map. They were the roots of the power her family had bound themselves to, the foundations of the curse that had plagued them for generations. And now, Lily was the keeper of it all. She was the one who would decide what to do with the knowledge, with the power that had been hidden away. As the weight of the revelations sank in, Lily felt the house respond, its pulse quickening, almost as if it were alive, reacting to her realization. The shadows in the room shifted, not in an ominous way, but as though they were simply part of the house's living, breathing structure, following her movements, as if aware of her every thought. Lily's fingers brushed over the map again, her mind still reeling. She couldn't stay in this room forever. The answers were here, but they were incomplete. The symbol, the locations on the map, the mystery of her bloodline. It was all tied together, but the pieces were still scattered, waiting to be connected. Her eyes shifted to the door behind her. She had already claimed the house. She had reshaped its curse. But the house was more than just a place. It was a gateway, a doorway to something larger, something hidden deep in the world beyond. And that world was calling to her. She closed the book gently, feeling the weight of the house's secrets settle into her being. She couldn't do this alone. Not yet. There were others, people who had been touched by the house's influence. Some would be allies, others enemies. The house was not just a place of power, it was a place of connection, where the fates of many had been tied together, for better or worse. And now she was at the center of it all. Her fingers grazed the ancient tome as she placed it back inside the chest, the lid closing with a soft click. The secrets it contained were now a part of her, and the path forward was clearer, though no less treacherous. The house was hers, but the power it held was not without its dangers. As she turned toward the door, the pulse of the house still thrumming through her veins, Lily knew that the journey had only just begun. The legacy of her bloodline was far from over, and there were forces at play, ancient and powerful, that would seek to either aid her or destroy her. Lily stepped into the hallway, her mind already racing with the next steps. The house had been reborn, but the world outside had to be changed too. She had made her decision. She would not be ruled by the curse. She would use it to forge a new path, a path that would not just rewrite the house's history, but the history of the world itself. The first step, Lily knew, was to understand the symbols, to unlock the power that had been hidden for centuries. The second was to find the places on the map, places that held power greater than she could yet understand. And the third was to find those who could help her shape the future. The darkness would always be a part of her, but she would not let it consume her. She would use it, guide it, and make sure that the legacy of her bloodline would not be one of fear, but of purpose. And so, Lily walked forward, her heart steady with resolve, ready to face whatever came next. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: she was the keeper of the house, and she would shape it as she saw fit. The world, with all its secrets and mysteries, was waiting for her to lead. Lily's footsteps echoed down the hallway, each step more resolute than the last. The house seemed to breathe around her, its pulse in sync with her own. She had taken the first step, but now the world, beyond the mansion, loomed large and uncertain. The knowledge she had uncovered was powerful, but it was fragmented, like a puzzle that had yet to be solved. The symbol in the book, the map with its ancient markings, the cryptic messages in her family's history, they were all pieces of a grander design. And Lily, as the keeper, had to unravel it. She moved toward the grand staircase once more, her eyes lingering on the steps as they wound upward, leading her into the unknown. There was something about the staircase, a symbol of ascension, of power, of change. It felt like her next step was not just to ascend the physical stairs, but to ascend in understanding, in purpose. The power of the house had been awakened, but now she had to step beyond its walls, beyond the confines of what had been known for generations. The map, those places with their ancient significance, were calling to her. The world outside was waiting, and Lily knew that to truly shape her legacy, she would have to leave the house behind. For a time. The next chapter of her journey would take her far beyond these walls. But the question lingered: where would she go? What was she meant to do with the knowledge she had gained? And most importantly, who could she trust? The shadows still whispered in her mind, a reminder that not everyone would be an ally. Not everyone would understand her power, her purpose. As she stood at the top of the staircase, the vast expanse of the mansion stretched out before her. The house had become a familiar presence, a part of her, as much as her own skin. It had shaped her, but now, it was time for her to shape its future. The legacy of her bloodline was hers to write, and the world beyond the house was waiting to feel the weight of her decisions. She walked through the corridors of the house, stopping briefly to glance at the portraits of her ancestors hanging on the walls. Their eyes seemed to follow her, filled with untold stories, secrets of lives lived and lost within the confines of these walls. They were no longer just faces frozen in time. They were part of her, part of the path she had chosen to walk. She was the culmination of everything they had done, everything they had built, and everything they had failed to finish. The house was no longer a prison. It was a foundation, a place from which she could reach out to the world. The burden of her bloodline was hers, but so too was its power. The darkness, once a force to be feared, was now an ally. She had harnessed it, had accepted it as part of herself. But the light, the spark of hope and change, burned brightly within her. It was that light that would guide her as she stepped into the world beyond. She reached the door to the study, the place where her father had once sought answers. The room that had been a sanctuary for him, a place where he had worked tirelessly to understand the house, its secrets, its curses. The door creaked open as she stepped inside, the familiar smell of old paper and ink filling the air. The desk was still cluttered with the remnants of his work, his search for a way out of the house's grip. But now, it was different. This room was no longer a symbol of entrapment. It was a symbol of knowledge, of understanding. She walked to the desk and ran her fingers over the piles of papers, each one filled with her father's observations. It struck her then that she was not alone in her journey. He had never finished his work, never fully understood the house's power. But he had tried, and in his failure, he had laid the groundwork for her to succeed. His journal, his notes, they were all pieces of the same puzzle, pieces she now had the clarity to see. She wasn't just continuing his work, she was finishing what he had started. The door creaked behind her, and she turned, her heart skipping a beat. She had expected solitude, but someone had entered the room. It was a figure she recognized. Arthur, Lily breathed, surprised to see him standing in the doorway. Arthur, a trusted ally and friend, had been with her since her earliest days in the house. He had seen her struggle, watched as she grew into her power. He was one of the few who knew the full extent of her heritage, and he was one of the few she truly trusted. His expression was somber, but there was a glint of understanding in his eyes. "You've come far, Lily," Arthur said quietly, his voice low and steady. "But you know this is just the beginning. The house, the darkness, it's a force to be reckoned with, and the world outside won't understand it. I don't need them to understand." Lily replied, her voice stronger than before. "But they will feel it. The house's power, the legacy of my bloodline, it will shape the world, and I will guide it not with fear, but with purpose." Arthur stepped closer, his gaze shifting to the desk where the journals and the map lay open. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the page with the symbol beside her name. This symbol. It's not just a family crest. It's tied to something bigger, isn't it? Lily nodded. "Yes, it's part of the ancient power that binds the house, but it's more than that. I think it's tied to the places on the map. There's something out there, Arthur. Something hidden. I can feel it calling to me. And it's time to find out what it is." Arthur was silent for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "You're ready to leave, then?" Lily's eyes met his, and she felt the weight of her decision settle in her chest. She had claimed the house. Now she had to claim her future. "Yes, I've made my choice. I will go to these places, unlock their power, and learn what they mean. But I won't do it alone." Arthur's face softened, a hint of respect in his gaze. "You're not alone, Lily. I'm with you. Always." With those words, Lily felt the final piece of her resolve click into place. The house had been her foundation, but the world beyond was calling to her. She wasn't bound by the walls of the mansion anymore. She was the keeper, the ruler, the master of its legacy. And now, she would forge her own path. Lily turned toward the door, the map and the book still open before her. She was no longer the girl who had stumbled into the house, seeking answers. She was the keeper of the house, and the world was waiting for her to lead it into a new age. The darkness was still there, a part of her, but she would guide it, not with fear, but with purpose. The first step had been taken. Now, the journey began. The air outside the mansion was colder than Lily had expected. It seemed to carry the weight of the house with it. The heavy silence that followed her every step as she crossed the threshold, leaving behind the walls that had once felt like both sanctuary and prison. The wind whispered through the trees, but there was no comfort in its sound, only the promise of the unknown, the world beyond the mansion that awaited her. Arthur stood beside her, his presence a steady reminder that she was not alone in this journey. He had always been there for her, a companion through the darkness, a protector in a place that had known nothing but fear. But now, they were both stepping into the unknown. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. The mansion loomed behind them, dark and quiet, as if watching, waiting. Lily felt the pulse of its power even from this distance, as though the house was a living thing, watching her every move. Its heart still tied to hers, but she didn't turn back. She knew that she couldn't stay in its shadow forever. The world beyond was calling to her, and it was time to answer. "I'm ready," Lily said, her voice steady, though there was a storm of uncertainty brewing inside her. She had taken control of the house. She had reshaped the curse, turned it into something she could wield. But now she was stepping into a world that didn't understand what she had done, or what she was capable of. She didn't know what she would find, or what would find her, but she knew that her destiny was waiting. Arthur glanced at her, a slight smile tugging at his lips, though it was tinged with worry. "You've always been ready, Lily. It's just a matter of seeing it through." The two of them walked down the path that led away from the mansion, the familiar trees of the estate slowly giving way to the open land beyond. Lily had seen the map, the places it marked, places of power, places where the curse had begun. These were not just locations. They were the keys to understanding the true nature of her family's legacy. The symbol beside her name in the book. It was a sign, a marker for what was to come, and she had to follow it. As they passed through the gates, the landscape before them opened up, a wide expanse of forest and hills stretching far beyond the horizon. The world felt different out here, the air cleaner, the skies clearer. But the stillness in the air was unsettling, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Lily felt it in the pit of her stomach, the weight of what she was about to uncover. The mysteries that lay ahead were not just tied to the house, but to something much older, something far bigger than she had ever imagined. Arthur's voice broke the silence. "So, what's our first destination?" Lily turned to him, her eyes focused on the path ahead. "There's a place marked on the map," she said, pulling it from her satchel and unfolding it between them. "A ruin deep in the forest. It's the first location I need to visit." Arthur nodded, his brow furrowed slightly. "The ruins. That's where it starts, then." Lily's gaze softened as she studied the map. "It's not just the ruins. It's what they represent. My family's history, the curse, the power of the house. It all began there. We'll need to understand it before we can move forward." As they walked, the landscape began to change. The trees thickened. The path became less clear, and the forest seemed to close in around them. The air grew colder, and Lily could feel the weight of the house's presence lingering in the shadows. it wasn't far behind her. The house was always with her, part of her, and no matter how far she went, it would remain tethered to her. But the world beyond the house was vast, filled with secrets, dangers, and opportunities. Lily could feel that now. She wasn't just stepping into the world outside the mansion's walls. She was stepping into the greater story. A story that had been written long before her birth. The map, the symbols. They were the threads, and she was the one who would pull them together, unravel the mystery, and face whatever it was that had been hidden for so long. After several hours of walking, they finally reached the edge of the forest. Ahead of them, the ruins emerged from the shadows, ancient stone structures that had been reclaimed by nature. Ivy and moss covered the crumbling walls, but beneath the overgrowth, the remnants of something grand could still be seen. The air around the ruins felt heavy, thick with history, and Lily could sense that the power of the house, the energy that had been bound to her family for centuries, had been woven into the very foundation of this place. "This is it," Lily said softly, her voice filled with awe and trepidation. "The beginning." Arthur stayed close by, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What are we looking for here, Lily?" Lily took a deep breath, her heart beating in time with the pull of the ruins. "I'm not sure yet," she admitted. "But I think the answers we need are here. This is where the curse began. This is where my bloodline made the pact with whatever power controls the house. I need to understand it. To break it once and for all." They walked cautiously toward the ruins, their footsteps muted by the overgrown grass and moss. The stones were cold under her touch, the ancient symbols etched into them familiar yet cryptic. She could feel the energy of the place, the power that had been dormant for so long, rising as she stepped closer. At the heart of the ruins stood an altar, a large stone slab covered in intricate carvings, the symbols that had once been part of the house's curse. But now, they seemed to pulse with a faint light, as though they were waiting for something, or someone, to awaken them. Lily stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat. This was the place, the source, the heart of the house's power, tied to the darkness and the light within her. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone, and in that moment, everything seemed to shift. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the symbols on the altar glowed brighter, the air thickening with energy. Arthur stepped back, his eyes wide. "Lily, what's happening?" Lily closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the place, the power rising within her, merging with her own. This was it. The moment when everything would be revealed. She could feel the house in her blood, the dark force that had followed her family for centuries, and now it was here, in the very stone of the ruins. The curse was not something she could simply destroy. It was part of her, but she could change it. She could control it. She could wield it for something greater. "I'm ready," she whispered, her hand pressing against the altar, feeling the surge of power beneath her touch. "I'm ready to understand, to finally free us all." As the energy of the place washed over her, the world around her seemed to dissolve. The ruins, the forest, the darkness, all faded into the background as Lily was consumed by the pulse of power. The journey had only just begun, and the future was uncertain, but for the first time, Lily felt a sense of peace. The house, the curse, and the darkness, they were all hers to command. And now she would rewrite her family's legacy. Lily's hand remained pressed against the altar, the cold stone humming under her fingertips. The power surged through her, a deep, almost magnetic pull that seemed to connect her not just to the ruins, but to the very heart of the house itself. The air around her grew thick with energy, the tension palpable, as though the ground beneath her was alive. Her breath quickened as the pulse of the ancient symbols intensified, each beat of power reverberating through her chest. The light from the symbols grew brighter, the glyphs etched into the stone glowing like fire in the dark, a stark contrast to the ever-growing shadows that seemed to bleed from the earth. The ruins, which had once seemed dormant, now thrummed with life that felt both foreign and familiar. Arthur's voice pierced the thickening air, low and urgent. "Lily, what is this? What's happening?" Lily didn't answer immediately. Her body was alive with energy, the house's power coursing through her like a storm she couldn't control. Yet somehow, she was beginning to understand it. The symbols, the map, her bloodline. They were all coming together, like the final pieces of a puzzle that had been hidden for centuries. It was the culmination of everything she had learned, everything her family had buried deep within the walls of the mansion. And now, it was awakening. Her fingers tightened against the altar as a sharp, sudden realization hit her. This power, it wasn't just the house's. It was hers. She had been chosen. The symbols, the sigil, the map, they had all pointed to this moment. And now, she understood. She wasn't just a keeper. She was the vessel. She was the key. A shiver ran through her as her heart beat in sync with the rhythm of the altar. She could feel the darkness rising, stirring in her veins, beckoning her to release it. But with the darkness came the light, the potential to wield it, to reshape it, to make it something new. "I am ready," she murmured, almost to herself. The words felt like an oath, a promise that echoed not only in the ruins, but in her soul. "I will lead. I will reshape this power." As if responding to her resolve, the energy in the ruins intensified, and the ground beneath her feet vibrated. The air seemed to split, and for a moment, Lily felt as if she were standing at the edge of two worlds. The house, the curse, the power. All of it was before her, waiting for her to choose how to wield it. The voice that echoed in her mind was no longer just the house. It was something older. Something more primal. Something that had been hidden for centuries. It whispered to her with an ancient knowing, as if it had been waiting for her to hear it all along. "You cannot deny what is within you, Lily," the voice said. "The power of your bloodline is not something that can be destroyed. It must be used, understood. You are the bridge between the past and the future. Your family's curse is not a chain. It is a gift." Lily's eyes widened as the words reverberated in her mind. This was the truth she had sought, the one hidden in the shadows. Her bloodline had not been cursed for generations. It had been chosen. The darkness wasn't something to be feared. It was a tool, a force of nature, and now it was hers to command. Her heart raced as she drew the energy into herself, accepting it, embracing it. The darkness didn't overwhelm her. It flowed with her. It was a part of her. And the light was not just a beacon of hope. It was the balance, the tempering force that would allow her to wield the darkness without losing herself. For the first time, she understood the true nature of the curse. It had never been a punishment. It had been a gift, one that had been misunderstood, feared, and ultimately hidden. But now it was her legacy. She would rewrite it. The energy from the altar surged once again, the symbols glowing brighter, and the ground beneath her feet shifted. The entire ruin seemed to breathe, alive with the power she now wielded. The shadows swirled around her like living creatures, but they did not threaten her. They were part of her, part of the house, and they would follow her lead. As the pulse of energy began to subside, Lily slowly removed her hand from the altar. The glow from the symbols faded, but the feeling of power remained, thrumming in her veins. Steady and true. She stood taller now, the weight of her heritage settling into her being. She was not just the keeper of the house. She was the master of it. And the power that had once been a curse, a chain, was now hers to wield. Arthur stepped forward cautiously, his eyes wide with awe and concern. "Lily, are you all right?" Lily turned to him, her expression calm but resolute. She nodded, feeling the power settle within her, like an anchor keeping her grounded in the shifting world around her. "I'm more than all right, Arthur. I understand now. I know what I have to do." Arthur's gaze softened, his fear replaced by respect. "Then let's move forward. The world outside. It doesn't know what's coming, and neither do we." Lily looked back at the ruins, her mind swirling with the weight of what she had uncovered. The map, the places of power, the houses, the ruins. They were all part of something larger, something that had been buried for centuries. The darkness, the curse, the house itself. They were not just parts of her bloodline. They were part of the world, tied to forces older than time itself. But she was ready. The light and the dark, the house and the world, all of it would be reshaped, reformed in her image. She was not a victim of the past. She was its ruler. "We move forward together," Lily said, her voice steady with purpose. "But we must move carefully. There are others out there who will not understand what we've found. There will be those who will try to stop us." Arthur nodded. "Then we stop them first." Lily smiled, the weight of their journey ahead settling upon her shoulders. She was no longer afraid. She was the keeper, and the world would soon know her name. The journey had begun, and this time she would lead it. Lily and Arthur stood in the heart of the ruins, the ancient stones surrounding them vibrating with the energy that had awakened inside her. The power was still raw, pulsing beneath her skin, and she could feel the connection between the house and the outside world strengthening with every breath she took. The house's dark history, the curse of her bloodline, had not been eradicated. It had been transformed, molded into something new, something she could wield. But the journey had just begun. The ruins loomed ahead, ancient and imposing, but they no longer held the same dark grip. The pulse of power that Lily had felt at the altar now felt more like an ally, like a force she could control. It wasn't an oppressive weight anymore. It was a gift, a tool that she would use to shape the future. She had already made her choice. She would reshape her legacy. She would guide the house into the world. But there were dangers. There were those who would fear her power, and others who would seek to claim it for themselves. "We can't go back now," Arthur said, his voice low but filled with determination. He had seen the transformation in her, witnessed the power that now radiated from her. He had always known her as someone who would be the keeper of the house, but now she was something more. She was a force of nature, and it terrified and fascinated him all at once. Lily nodded, her expression steady. "We're not going back. We're going forward. We have work to do." Arthur glanced around the ruins once more, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The energy in the air was thick, but there was no immediate threat. They were safe for now. "Where do we start?" Lily turned her gaze toward the distant horizon, where the land stretched out before them, vast and unexplored. She could see the places marked on the map, the sites of ancient power and significance. Each one was a potential key to understanding the house's legacy and unlocking the full extent of the power that had been sealed away for so long. But it wasn't just about power. It was about control. She needed to understand the depths of what she had inherited before she could shape the world with it. "We start with the first location on the map," she said, her voice steady. "The place where my ancestors made their pact. That's where the answers lie." Arthur nodded, but there was something in his eyes that still held concern. "Are you sure you're ready for this? You've changed. Lily, I can feel it. But these places, they're not just going to give up their secrets. Some of them might be dangerous. They'll test us." Lily met his gaze, and for the first time, she felt the full weight of her destiny settle upon her shoulders. She had always known this moment would come. The house had never been just a place of darkness. It had been a source of power, of knowledge, and it was time for her to unlock its true potential. She could feel the darkness inside her, pulsing with life, but it was no longer something to fear. It was part of her, and it was time to use it. "I'm ready," she said firmly. "We're ready." The map was spread out between them, the symbols on it now clearer in her mind. Each marked location had a different significance. Some were places where power had been concentrated, others where her ancestors had left their mark. And some, the ones she hadn't yet identified, were tied to something far older, something that had been buried for centuries. "Then let's go," Arthur said, his voice filled with resolve. They turned away from the ruins, their path now set. The journey ahead would not be easy. The world outside the house, the world beyond the mansion's walls, was filled with challenges, dangers, and uncertainties. But Lily knew now that she was ready for whatever came. She was the keeper of the house, the ruler of its power. And she would shape the future, not as a victim of her bloodline's curse, but as the master of it. The journey took them deeper into the wilderness. The forest around them grew darker, the trees thicker, as though they were walking further away from civilization and into a land where ancient forces still held sway. The land had a history that was older than the house itself, and Lily could feel the power that coursed beneath her feet. It was as though the earth itself was alive, watching them, waiting for them to make their move. They reached the first location on the map, a dense thicket of trees that seemed to part before them, revealing a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, weathered and covered in vines. The stones were large, their surfaces covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift as Lily stepped closer. "This is it," Lily said quietly, her voice barely a whisper as she stepped into the clearing. She could feel the pull of the stones, the power that radiated from them. It was a faint echo of the house's pulse, but stronger, older. Arthur looked around cautiously. "Do you think this is safe?" Lily didn't answer immediately. She could feel the energy in the air, the way it shifted around her. The stones were not just markers, they were conduits for something far greater. She could sense it, the same dark energy that had been bound to her family for centuries. But this time, it wasn't threatening her. It was calling to her. She stepped forward, reaching out to touch the nearest stone. The moment her fingers made contact, the ground beneath her feet shuddered, and a low, rumbling sound echoed through the clearing. The symbols on the stones began to glow, the light flickering and shifting like fire. The air grew thicker, charged with energy. Lily's heart raced as she pulled her hand away, stepping back. "It's alive," she whispered. Arthur stepped up beside her, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What does that mean?" Lily looked at him, her eyes filled with understanding. "It means the house is connected to something much older. And it's not just the house that we have to deal with. It's what came before it. The power that bound my bloodline to this place. The power we have yet to fully understand." A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, and Lily felt the energy shift once more. The stones seemed to hum, their ancient power awakening. The house had only been the beginning. What lay ahead was far greater. "We're not just looking for answers anymore," Lily said, her voice steady with resolve. "We're looking for control." The stones before them pulsed with a new intensity, and Lily knew deep within her that the journey was far from over. What she sought, what her bloodline had sought for generations, was within reach, but so was the danger. The wind swirled around the stone circle, the air thick with a sense of anticipation. Lily stood at the center of the clearing, her body tingling with the energy that pulsed from the stones. The symbols carved into the ancient stone hummed under her touch, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to vibrate with power, as if the earth itself had been waiting for her. Arthur stood nearby, his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword. his eyes scanning their surroundings with a watchful wariness. Though the energy in the air seemed to hum with potential, there was an unease about the place that neither of them could ignore. The wind howled again, and the stones seemed to respond, their power growing stronger with every passing moment. Lily could feel it. The same darkness that had once haunted the house, the same power that had twisted her family's legacy into something cursed was here, and it was alive. But it was different now. It didn't feel threatening. It didn't feel like something she had to run from. No, it felt like something she was meant to understand. Something she was meant to wield. With a deep breath, Lily stepped forward, the earth beneath her feet crackling with energy. Her fingers brushed the surface of the stone again, and this time the response was immediate. A wave of heat surged through her hand, coursing up her arm, filling her body with the ancient power of the stones. The symbols carved into them began to glow brighter, and for a moment, Lily felt herself being pulled inward, as if the stones themselves were pulling her into their very core. She was caught in the heartbeat of something far older than the house, something that predated everything she had known. And then a voice echoed in her mind. "You are the keeper, Lily. You are the link between the past and the future. The house is yours, but so is the power that flows through these lands. The time has come for you to embrace your true inheritance." Lily staggered back, the overwhelming sensation of power leaving her breathless. Her heart raced as she struggled to regain control, her mind whirling with the implications of the voice's words. The house was hers. She had already known that. But the world beyond the house, the places marked on the map, the power bound to this land, they were all tied to her bloodline, and tied to something far older than she had ever realized. "What did you hear?" Arthur asked, his voice tense as he moved toward her. Lily shook her head, trying to steady herself. It's speaking to me. The stones, the house. They're all connected to something much larger than I thought." Arthur's eyes flickered toward the stones, but he didn't say anything. He could sense the danger as much as she could. He had always been by her side, but even he couldn't deny the raw power that pulsed through the air. Lily took another step back, her hands still tingling with the sensation of the energy she had just encountered. "This place," she murmured. "It's not just an ancient site. It's a focal point. A nexus of power that stretches across the land. It's part of the web, the ancient bond." Arthur didn't move, his eyes narrowed as he tried to understand. "The web?" Lily nodded, her voice quiet. "The house, the power within it. It's tied to this land, to these stones. And the map, the places marked on it, they're not just locations. They're nodes, connections. The places where the power of my bloodline was bound to the earth, where the curse began." A shiver ran down her spine. She could feel it now. The ancient energy that flowed beneath the land, stretching from the stones to the house, to the other locations marked on the map. It was more than just magic. It was a connection to the very soul of the earth itself, a force that had been hidden and suppressed for generations. And she was the one who had to control it. The ground trembled slightly beneath her feet, and Lily's heart skipped a beat. The stones flared with a burst of light, and the air around them crackled with static electricity. She could feel the house, the ancient bond between it and the land, pushing against her, testing her resolve. It was a reminder that she wasn't just a keeper. She was a part of this legacy. She was bound to it as much as it was bound to her. "Arthur," she said softly, her voice steady despite the surge of power inside her. "The house, it's not just a place. It's a gateway, a vessel for this power. And this land, it's the key. The curse wasn't just about the house. It was about control. Control over the power that flows through the earth." Arthur's gaze sharpened. "You mean to say the house is the link, the source?" Lily nodded slowly. Yes. But more than that, it's the conduit. It channels the power of this land and the legacy of my bloodline. But it can't be controlled unless I understand it, unless I understand the true nature of the bond. Arthur took a step forward, his hand resting gently on her arm. Then we must understand it. All of it. Lily looked at him, and for the first time, she felt the weight of what she was about to undertake. She wasn't just uncovering the secrets of the house anymore. She was uncovering the very foundations of the power that had shaped her family, the curse that had been passed down for generations. But the house was hers. The curse was hers. And now, she had to decide what to do with it. She had to rewrite the story. The wind blew through the clearing once more, the energy in the air crackling with the intensity of her resolve. The stones flared brighter, as if in response to her thoughts. And the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy. She could feel the pull of the map, the call of the other locations, the other nodes of power waiting to be unlocked. "We will follow the map," she said, her voice firm. "We'll uncover the other locations, and we'll unlock the true nature of the curse. The legacy of my bloodline will no longer be a chain. It will be the power I use to reshape the world." Arthur's expression softened, but his gaze was filled with a quiet understanding. He knew the risks. He knew that this journey would not be easy, but he also knew that Lily was ready. She was more than just the keeper of the house. She was the one who would shape its future. "The world doesn't know what's coming," he said, his voice filled with quiet respect. "But it will." Lily turned toward the distant horizon, the path ahead still uncertain. But for the first time, she felt a sense of certainty in her heart. The house, the curse, the power that had been bound to her bloodline, it was all hers to control. The future was waiting, and Lily would lead the way. The journey had only just begun, but Lily was ready. The journey ahead stretched out before them, a path uncertain and filled with unseen dangers. Yet Lily felt a steady resolve deep within her, a certainty that had grown in the hours since she first stepped beyond the mansion's gates. The map, the stones, the dark energy that had once threatened her family, it all made sense now. She had claimed the house, reshaped its curse, but what lay ahead was where she would truly reshape her legacy. Arthur stayed close by her side, his presence a steadying force. But there was something in his eyes now, an understanding that she was no longer just the girl who had stumbled into the house looking for answers. She was the keeper of something ancient, something far greater than they had initially imagined. Together, they would navigate this new path, but even Arthur knew that this would require more than just the strength of their bond. They were stepping into a world where not everyone would welcome the change Lily sought to bring. The forest around them seemed to darken as they moved farther from the ruins. The trees towered above them, their branches weaving together to block out the sun, leaving them in a half-light. The land here felt ancient, almost sacred, but also dangerous. The energy from the stones still thrummed in the air, a reminder of the power they had just awakened, and Lily could feel it growing stronger, surging through her, as though the earth itself was resonating with her every step. "You feel it, don't you?" Arthur asked quietly, his voice almost a whisper. Lily nodded, her fingers brushing against the map she had tucked into her coat. "The land is alive with it. The stones are just the beginning. This place, the sites marked on the map, these are the nodes, the places where the power flows from. It's connected to the earth itself." Arthur glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "But it's not just about the power, is it?" "No," Lily said, her voice low but certain. "It's about control, understanding what we have and using it the right way. This curse, it's not just a dark force, it's a bond. My family made it, and now it's mine to break or forge into something new, The wind shifted, and for a moment, the dense trees parted slightly, revealing a distant mountain range on the horizon, its peaks shrouded in mist. Lily's gaze followed the silhouette of the mountains, and a chill ran down her spine. The first location on the map was not far from here. The next node of power was close, closer than she had anticipated. "We're almost there," she said, her voice firm. "The first site is near that mountain range. It's where the next part of the puzzle lies, the first of many." Arthur didn't respond, but the tension in the air told her that he, too, could feel the weight of what lay ahead. They had crossed the threshold, and now they were stepping into a world where power was not just something that resided in the house. It was everywhere, woven into the very fabric of the land. And they were now part of it. The path they followed grew steeper, the trees thinning as they ascended the incline toward the mountains. The air grew colder, and Lily could feel the change. The power of the stones, the hum that had vibrated through her when she touched them, was intensifying. The closer they got to the next location, the more she could feel the pulse of the earth, the connection between herself and the land growing stronger. It was a connection that felt almost instinctual, as though it had always been there, hidden beneath the surface, waiting for her to claim it. Finally, after what seemed like hours of walking through the dense, ancient forest, they reached the base of the mountains. The land here was rougher, jagged rock formations jutting out from the earth, and the path grew steeper as they climbed. The wind howled through the narrow passes, and the scent of the forest was thick in the air, earthy and pungent. Lily's heart raced with anticipation as she looked at the jagged cliffs, feeling the weight of what they were about to face. "This is it," Lily said, her voice a whisper against the howling wind. "The next node. The first true test." Arthur looked ahead, his gaze steady. "What exactly are we looking for?" Lily didn't answer immediately, instead drawing in a deep breath, steadying herself. "The power here is tied to the very land. The next site is not just a place of power, but a place of knowledge. This is where my ancestors made their pact. The power we're seeking, this land, these stones, they're all part of a ritual that goes back centuries. We'll find answers here, and we'll find more than we expect." As they ascended higher, the wind whipped through the mountain pass with increasing ferocity. Lily felt the temperature drop, the chill biting at her skin. They passed through narrow ridges, the path becoming more treacherous, the rock beneath their feet slick and unstable. But she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Suddenly, the air around them grew still. The wind died down, and the eerie silence that followed felt unnatural. Lily stopped, her senses on high alert, but Arthur hadn't noticed. He was already several paces ahead of her, his eyes scanning the cliffside for any sign of their destination. But then, it came, like a flash of lightning in the stillness. Lily's eyes widened as the ground beneath them trembled. A low rumble filled the air, reverberating through her bones. The stones beneath their feet cracked and shifted, and the sky darkened above them. Something was awakening, something ancient. "Arthur," she started, but before she could finish, the ground cracked open beneath them, sending a shockwave of energy coursing through the path. The earth groaned, and the cliffside began to shift, as if it were alive. From the fissure in the ground, dark tendrils of energy erupted, swirling around them, pulling at the air like a storm waiting to break. The power that had been dormant for centuries was awakening, and Lily felt it surge through her, the house's energy merging with the raw force of the land. "Get ready," Lily warned, her voice steady but filled with urgency. "This is no accident. It's part of the ritual." As the dark energy swirled around them, Lily could see it now. Dark, shadowy figures rising from the cracks in the earth. The creatures were ancient, their forms shifting and shifting, made of the very shadows that had been part of her family's curse. They were not just spirits, but manifestations of the power that had once bound her bloodline to the land. And now they were here, rising to meet her. "Lily," Arthur shouted. His voice strained as he drew his sword, ready to defend. "What do we do now?" Lily's eyes flashed with determination. The path ahead would not be easy, but she had come this far. She wasn't backing down now. The house's power, the power of the land, and the darkness she had claimed, they were all part of her. "I control this," she said, her voice filled with power. "This is my legacy, and I will lead it." The creatures charged, their dark energy swirling like a storm, but Lily was ready. She stepped forward, her hand raised, calling upon the power of the house and the land beneath her feet, and the world around her began to change. The wind howled through the jagged mountain pass, the energy swirling in the air, thick and electric. Lily felt it course through her veins as she stood at the center of the swirling tendrils of shadow that had risen from the crack in the earth. The creatures, no longer mere shadows, but entities of power and darkness, loomed around her like phantoms from a forgotten age. Their forms were indistinct, constantly shifting, but their eyes, glowing with an ancient, malicious hunger, were unmistakable. Lily's heart pounded in her chest, but the power within her was no longer a source of fear. She could feel the energy of the house, the ancient stones beneath her feet, and the land itself, all pulsing through her. It was her inheritance, her birthright. She had reshaped the curse. Now, she had to reshape everything else. "Arthur, get ready," she said, her voice calm but carrying the weight of determination. The sword in Arthur's hand gleamed faintly, and he tightened his grip. His eyes darted to the shadowy creatures that surrounded them. He knew better than to question her resolve. The creatures did not advance immediately. Instead, they circled her, as if they were waiting for her to make the first move. They seemed to be made of pure shadow, flickering and shifting like smoke caught in the wind, but their presence was oppressive. The very air seemed to grow heavier, the light dimming around them as the power of the land stirred and twisted. Lily reached into herself, feeling the power she had just tapped into surge within her once again. She could sense the darkness of the land, the same darkness that had followed her bloodline for generations, waiting to be controlled. But it wasn't just about control. She had already proven that she could control the house, the curse. Now, she had to prove she could control the power here, the power of the earth itself. "I command you," she said, her voice steady, echoing through the mountain pass. The wind stilled, and the energy around her seemed to respond, rippling outward like the force of a great wave. The shadows hesitated, as though they were unsure of her intent, but Lily could feel their pull, their hunger for power. They had been created to serve her bloodline, but now, she was the one who would decide what they became. The creatures writhed and hissed, their forms becoming more solid as they surged toward her. Arthur raised his sword, ready to fight, but Lily raised a hand to stop him. She would handle this. She had to. The creatures were not enemies to be destroyed. They were part of her legacy, part of the power that had been bound to her bloodline for centuries. And now she would turn them into allies, not enemies. With a deep breath, Lily reached out with her mind, her consciousness stretching toward the creatures. She felt their dark energy, like a whisper in her mind, tempting her to let it consume her. But she resisted. She had already claimed the darkness within her. Now she would tame it. "You will follow me," she said, her voice rising with authority. "I am the master of this power, and you are my servants. No longer will you be agents of destruction. You will bend to my will." The creatures recoiled, their forms shifting violently, as if uncertain of her command. For a moment, the air was thick with tension, and Lily felt the struggle between her will and their ancient, untamed hunger. But she was stronger now. She was the keeper of the house, the ruler of its power. She had reshaped her family's curse. Now, she would reshape them. The creatures' forms began to slow, their writhing movements becoming less erratic as they responded to her command. Slowly, they formed into something more structured, more purposeful, their shadowy bodies solidifying around their glowing eyes. They stood before her, silent, waiting. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. She had done it. She had tamed the shadows, the very essence of the power that had tormented her family for generations. And now, she could use them to shape the future. Go, Lily commanded, her voice firm. Show me the path. The creatures moved silently, parting to form a narrow passage through the dense forest. The air around them shimmered with energy as they led the way, the power of the land swirling around them. Arthur stood by Lily's side, his eyes wide with awe. That was incredible, Arthur said, his voice filled with wonder and disbelief. You've made them yours. Lily nodded, her gaze fixed on the creatures ahead. They were never my enemies. They were part of my bloodline's curse, but now they will serve me. We're on the path to understanding the true nature of the power that binds me, and I won't let it be something that consumes us. As they followed the creatures through the forest, the shadows seemed to recede into the distance, their forms becoming one with the land around them. The power that had once been so oppressive, so overwhelming, was now hers to command. And the path ahead, though uncertain, was clear. She could feel it. The next location on the map was not far. It was another place of power, another node in the web of her bloodline's legacy. But this place was different. It wasn't just about understanding the power that had shaped her family. This location, she felt, held the key to something even greater. A deeper understanding of the curse, of the land, and of her true purpose. Arthur glanced at Lily, sensing her resolve. Are you ready for this? Lily smiled, the weight of her destiny settling into her being. I've never been more ready. We've only just begun, Arthur. The world is waiting. And I won't stop until I understand everything that's been hidden from us. As they pressed onward, the land began to shift, the dense forest parting to reveal a new path. The shadows still lingered, but now they were part of her legacy, and they would not stand in her way. The creatures led them onward, and Lily, with Arthur at her side, stepped into the unknown, ready to uncover the true nature of the power that had been buried for so long. The journey was far from over, and now Lily knew. She was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The path through the forest grew quieter as Lily and Arthur moved deeper into the wilderness. The creatures, once chaotic and wild, now moved with purpose ahead of them, the shadows of their forms shifting and swirling as they navigated the dense undergrowth. The air around them felt thick with power, the very land beneath their feet alive with energy. It was as if the earth itself was guiding them, pulling them toward the next node of power marked on the map. Lily felt the connection to the land intensify with each step. The stones, the ruins, the curse, it was all part of a larger force, a power she had only just begun to understand. And now, she was beginning to see that the truth of it was far greater than she had imagined. She glanced at Arthur, who was walking beside her, his eyes scanning the shadows around them. He had been by her side through all of this, ever steady, ever loyal. But even he couldn't deny the change that had come over her. The power that had once felt like a burden now flowed through her, like an extension of herself. She wasn't just the keeper of the house anymore. She was something more. Something that would reshape the world. There's something different about this place, Arthur said softly, his voice filled with a mix of awe and concern. It's like the air itself is charged with energy. Lily nodded, her senses alive to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. The power here is ancient, stronger than the house, stronger than anything we've encountered. This place is a nexus of power, It's not just about control anymore. It's about understanding how it all fits together. The creatures ahead of them halted, their shadowy forms turning toward the path that led deeper into the forest. The trees here were thicker, their branches twisting together in unnatural ways, as if they were part of the very land that surrounded them. The clearing ahead beckoned, its presence almost palpable, as if it were waiting for them to arrive. Lily stepped forward, her pulse quickening as they reached the entrance to a hidden sanctuary, an ancient grove, a place untouched by time. The air here was thick with magic. The ground beneath her feet soft and rich, almost like the heart of the earth itself was pulsing here. Arthur stepped beside her, his gaze fixed on the altar that lay in the center of the grove. It was a structure unlike any Lily had seen before. The altar was formed from large stones, worn and weathered with age. Yet there was a sense of something sacred about it, a feeling that this was the site of something far greater than just the curse her family had borne. "This is it," Lily said, her voice barely a whisper. "This is where the pact was made. This is where my ancestors connected to the land in ways we never fully understood." Arthur's eyes narrowed, and he looked around the clearing. "It feels ancient, like this place has been waiting for something." Lily stepped closer to the altar, her fingers grazing the surface of the stone. The moment her hand made contact, a jolt of energy shot through her, the power surging into her body with such intensity that she staggered slightly. She could feel the history of this place flood through her. Ancient rituals, long-forgotten secrets, and the weight of a pact that had bound her family to this land for centuries. Her heart raced as she pulled back, trying to steady herself. "It's more than just power," she murmured. "It's a connection, a bond." The creatures surrounding them began to move, their dark, shifting forms gathering around the altar. The air grew heavier, the energy intensifying as they circled the stone structure. Lily could feel the pull of it, the need to understand what had been hidden here, and why it had been kept secret for so long. "This place is not just about power," Lily continued, her voice steady despite the storm of energy swirling around them. "It's about knowledge. The true nature of the curse, the true legacy of my bloodline. It all starts here." Arthur stepped closer, his hand resting on his sword. "What does that mean? How does it change things?" Lily closed her eyes for a moment, letting the power flow through her, feeling the ancient connection between the land and her bloodline. "It means that the curse wasn't a punishment. It was a choice, a pact that my ancestors made with the land, the darkness, the power that flows through my bloodline. It was never meant to be a curse. It was meant to be a tool, a force that could be used to reshape the world. And now, I'm the one who decides how it's used." The shadows around them seemed to stir, their forms flickering and shifting as if acknowledging her words. The creatures that had once been agents of destruction now stood still, waiting, as if awaiting her next command. She could feel them, a part of her, a reflection of the power she had come to control. The power within her surged again, and Lily felt a deep connection to the land, to the earth beneath her feet. The shadows, the creatures, the house, it was all part of a greater whole. A web of power that stretched across the land, binding the past to the present, the curse to the future. But now, Lily understood. She was the keeper of that power, and she would use it, not as a weapon, but as a force of change. The sky above them seemed to shift, the clouds darkening as the energy in the air thickened. The ritual that had once been performed here, the ancient bond forged between her ancestors and the land, was awakening. The power of the pact was hers to command, but the question remained, how would she use it? The answer was not clear. The path ahead was uncertain. But Lily knew one thing for certain: the power of the land, the power of her bloodline, would no longer be something to fear. It would be something to control, to guide. to shape. "This is just the beginning," Lily said softly, her gaze fixed on the altar. "We are connected to something much greater than we ever realized." Arthur looked at her, a mixture of awe and concern in his eyes. "What will you do with this power?" Lily smiled, her voice steady. "I will do what my ancestors could never do. I will reshape the curse. I will use this power to change the world, not for destruction, but for creation." And as she spoke those words, the power around her surged once again, as if the very land was agreeing with her, acknowledging her as the true keeper of its legacy. The journey was far from over, but Lily knew now that she was ready for whatever came next. The path ahead was not just about controlling the darkness, it was about understanding it. And she would do so with purpose. The curse would no longer rule her. She would shape the future with the power that had been passed down through generations. The world was waiting, and Lily was ready to lead. Lily stood before the altar in the hidden sanctuary, the power of the land pulsing through her veins, intertwining with the ancient force that had bound her family to this place for centuries. The energy in the air felt alive, as though the very earth beneath her feet was aware of her presence, watching, waiting. The shadows that had once been a threat, the creatures now standing around her, were no longer enemies. They were hers to command, and she would not let them become what they once were. They were part of the legacy. Now, she would reshape that legacy. Arthur remained at her side, ever watchful. Though the awe in his eyes could not be hidden, he had witnessed the transformation in her, had seen the power she had claimed. But now, as they stood at the center of this ancient power, he could see the weight of the task before her. He understood that the journey they had begun was not one of destruction, but of creation, of rebirth. Yet the path ahead was uncertain, and the shadows of the past still loomed large. The creatures, though tamed, were not entirely without danger, and the legacy of Lily's bloodline was still full of untold secrets. "Where do we go from here?" Arthur asked, his voice steady, but filled with the weight of their shared understanding. Lily gazed at the altar, her fingers tracing the ancient markings carved into its surface. The symbols on the stones, the map, the places they had visited, they were all pieces of a much larger puzzle, and she was just beginning to see the picture form. She could feel the pull of the power beneath her skin, the way it called to her, urging her to uncover more, to learn the true nature of the legacy she had inherited. "We go to the next location," she said, her voice steady, but filled with an undercurrent of excitement. "There are still more places to uncover, more truths to discover. The web of power stretches across the land, and we need to follow it to understand what has been hidden." Arthur nodded, his eyes scanning the area, though there was no immediate danger. "You've changed, Lily. I can see it. There's something different about you now. You're not the same person who walked into that house months ago." Lily smiled, but there was no trace of hesitation in her expression. "I'm not the same person. I understand now. The curse, the power, it's not something to be feared. It's part of me, and I will use it to change the world." The creatures, once dark and twisted, stood still, their dark forms now a part of the landscape, blending with the shadows and the earth. Lily felt a sense of satisfaction as she looked at them. She had not destroyed them. She had bent them to her will, reshaping them into servants of her new world. They were no longer the weapons they had once been. She turned to Arthur, her gaze firm. "The legacy of my family is not one of suffering anymore. It is one of transformation. We have the power to reshape it." Arthur gave a slight nod, understanding the gravity of her words. "And what of the others? The ones who don't understand this power? The ones who will come after us, trying to claim it for their own?" Lily's expression darkened for a moment, but she remained calm. "There will always be those who want to control power. There will always be those who fear it. but we can't allow them to stop us. This is our path now. The world will change, and we will lead it. The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves and branches around them. Lily felt the land respond, a subtle shift in the energy that surrounded them. It was as if the earth was breathing with her, sharing in her resolve. Arthur's gaze followed hers as she turned back toward the altar. "Then let's not waste time," he said, a new sense of urgency in his voice. "The next location on the map is waiting, and we have to get there before anyone else does." Lily nodded, her hand brushing the map she had carried with her. She had studied it, memorized every line and symbol. Each location marked was not just a place of power, it was a piece of the puzzle, and with each piece she uncovered, she would get closer to understanding her true purpose. The creatures, the land, the shadows, everything was connected, and now it was time to bring all the pieces together. "Let's go," Lily said, her voice steady, filled with purpose. They began walking again, following the path that had been set before them. The forest grew darker, the air heavier, but Lily felt no fear. The darkness was no longer something to be feared. It was part of her, part of the legacy she had inherited. The wind, the trees, the creatures, they were all connected, all part of the same force. As they moved through the dense forest, the air seemed to thicken, as if the energy from the stones and the earth was concentrating around them. The map guided them, each step bringing them closer to the next location. The world was changing, and Lily could feel it. The power she had claimed was no longer a tool to be wielded recklessly. It was a force of creation, and she would use it to shape the future. The path ahead was not easy. The land was wild, untamed, and filled with dangers. But Lily had already proven that she could face whatever came her way. The shadows were hers to control. The land was hers to command. And now, she would use both to uncover the truth behind the power of her bloodline. As the forest began to thin, the landscape opening up before them, they came to a clearing where the next location was marked. It was a place of great significance, another note of power that would bring them one step closer to understanding the legacy that had been hidden for so long. Lily stepped forward, her heart racing with anticipation. The next chapter of their journey was about to unfold. And she was ready. The creatures flanked them, their forms merging with the shadows as they moved forward, watching for threats. The energy in the air was electric, as if the very earth around them was alive with potential. "This is it," Lily said, her voice filled with quiet determination. "The next piece of the puzzle." Arthur looked at her, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. "And when we finish this, Lily, what will we do with the power we've uncovered?" Lily took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on the clearing ahead. "We will reshape the world. We will use this power to bring about change, to end the cycle of fear, and to free us from the darkness that has haunted us for centuries." Arthur nodded, understanding now. "Then let's begin." And with that, they stepped forward, into the unknown, ready to uncover the next piece of the legacy that would reshape their world. The air around them was thick with an energy that was both ancient and alive, swirling around Lily and Arthur as they stepped into the clearing. The earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse, a steady rhythm that felt like the heartbeat of the world itself. Lily could feel it in the very air she breathed, the power that lay hidden here, waiting to be awakened. This was the place, the next node of power in the web that stretched across the land. And with each step she took, she could feel herself drawing closer to understanding. The clearing was different from the others they had encountered. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and twisted, their roots digging deep into the earth. A series of stones formed a circle in the center, each one carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. It was as though the very ground here had been marked, an ancient ritual site where power had been concentrated and hidden for centuries. Lily's fingers trembled slightly as she reached into her satchel and pulled out the map, the edges worn from her constant study. She had memorized every detail, but now, standing here, in the very heart of the web, she could feel it. This was where it all began. This was where the power that had shaped her bloodline and the curse that had bound them had first been awakened. And now, it was hers to control. She stepped forward. The creatures that had once been part of the shadows moving silently beside her. They had become more than just servants. They were part of her legacy, part of the force that would help her reshape everything. With each step, the air around them grew heavier, the power growing stronger, almost tangible. Arthur, ever watchful, stayed close behind her, his eyes scanning the surroundings, but his gaze never straying far from Lily. "What do we do now?" he asked quietly, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. "What does this place mean?" Lily didn't answer immediately. She was focused, her mind stretching outward, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her. She could sense the power here, the connection to everything that had come before her and everything that would follow. The stones, the markings, the very air. They were all part of something greater. This wasn't just about breaking the curse. This was about understanding the balance of power that had been hidden for so long. "It's more than just a place," Lily said, her voice soft but filled with certainty. "It's the heart of the web. This is where the true nature of our legacy lies. We have to understand it before we can move forward." She stepped into the center of the stone circle, her feet feeling the cool, uneven surface of the stones beneath her. She closed her eyes, letting the power around her wash over her. The connection between the house, the stones, and the land was stronger here, and she could feel it pulling her in, urging her to open herself fully to it. The shadows, the creatures, the curse. They were all part of this greater force. And now, she was ready to unlock its full potential. The air hummed with energy as she raised her hand, her fingers brushing against the first stone. The moment her skin made contact, a shock of electricity surged through her, and the symbols on the stone flared to life. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the creatures around her shifted, their forms flickering like shadows in the wind. But Lily stood firm. Her eyes closed, her mind open. This was it. This was the moment when everything would be revealed. A voice echoed in her mind, not the house, but something older, something deeper, like the voice of the land itself. "You have come far, Lily, but the journey is not yet complete. The curse was never just a burden. It was a bond, a pact that tied you to this land, to the very heart of the earth. Only through understanding the true nature of the bond can you shape the future." Lily's heart raced as the words echoed in her mind, and the power around her surged, swirling like a storm. The air thickened, and the shadows around them began to move again, but this time they didn't feel like threats. They felt like allies, waiting for her command. She could feel their presence, the weight of their energy, and she knew that the power she had claimed was not hers alone. It was tied to this land, to these stones, to the very fabric of the earth. You are the key, Lily. The power you seek is not just in the darkness or the light. It is in the balance. The web is yours to weave. Lily's fingers tightened around the stone, her mind racing as the weight of the voice's words sank in. The balance. The power was not just about controlling the darkness or embracing the light. It was about understanding the connection between them, using both to shape the future. The house, the curse, the creatures, they were all part of the same force. And now, she was the one who would decide how it would be used. She opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the stone circle around her. The power was growing stronger, the energy building, and she could feel it. The land was alive with potential. The creatures around her seemed to sense it too. their dark forms shifting with an energy that mirrored her own. They were waiting for her to make the next move. Arthur stepped closer, his hand resting lightly on his sword, though he made no move to draw it. "What now, Lily?" Lily turned to him, her face serene but filled with determination. "Now we complete the bond. We understand the full extent of the power that's been given to us, and then we move forward." With a deep breath, she raised her hands, feeling the surge of energy around her. The connection between the stones, the land, and herself. The symbols on the stones began to glow brighter, the light intensifying until it illuminated the entire clearing. The creatures moved closer, their forms becoming more solid, their dark energy swirling around them like a storm. The ground beneath them trembled again, but this time it wasn't with fear. It was with anticipation. The bond between them, the connection to the land, had been completed. The power was theirs to command. Lily stepped forward, the creatures following her lead, and as she did, the shadows seemed to shift and bend to her will. The stones, the land, the house, they were all part of the same force, the same web. And now, she would use it to shape the world. The legacy of her bloodline, the curse that had been passed down through the ages, was no longer a burden. It was a tool, and she would use it to reshape everything. As the light from the stones faded, and the clearing returned to its quiet, natural state, Lily stood still, feeling the weight of the power within her. The journey was far from over, but she had taken another step. The bond had been completed. The web had been woven, and now she was ready to face whatever came next. "We move forward," Lily said, her voice strong and filled with resolve. "The world is waiting, and we will shape it." Arthur nodded, his gaze fixed on her. "Let's go then." Together, they turned toward the horizon, the path ahead uncertain, but their purpose clear. The power of the house, the land, and the curse, it was all part of her now, and she would use it to change everything. The world stretched out before them, the path leading deeper into the unknown. The energy of the stones, the clearing, and the very earth beneath their feet still hummed with power. Lily could feel it, a constant pulse in her veins, reminding her that she was no longer just an observer in this world. She was a force shaping it. The journey ahead would be dangerous, but Lily had come to realize that danger was not something to fear. It was a catalyst. The power of her bloodline, the curse, the house, and the land, it was all in her hands now, and it was time to make it hers. Arthur walked beside her, his quiet presence a steadying force as always. His sharp eyes scanned the horizon, though his attention was never far from Lily. He had witnessed her transformation, seen her embrace her role as the keeper of the house. And now, he was witnessing her evolution into something more, something greater. The quiet awe in his eyes was tempered by the uncertainty that still lingered. There was no blueprint for this path they were on, no guide for what came next. Lily felt it too. The weight of the responsibility was heavy, but it was not an oppressive force. It was a call, a summons to act, to rise to the challenge of understanding and wielding the power that had been hidden for so long. "The next site," Arthur said, breaking the silence, his voice steady but with a sense of quiet urgency. "It's marked on the map, just a day's journey from here." Lily nodded, her gaze focused on the horizon. The map was more than just a guide. It was the key to unraveling the web that had been woven across the land. Each location marked was another step in unlocking the true nature of her legacy, and with each piece of the puzzle, the clearer her path became. The first location had revealed the bond between the house, the land, and her bloodline. It had shown her that the curse was not just a punishment, it was a connection, a pact. The second location had solidified her understanding the power of her lineage was not meant to be feared or suppressed. It was meant to be wielded. She was the bridge between the past and the future, the one who would decide how the power was used. But there was still much to uncover. The true nature of the legacy was far from clear. There were forces at play, ancient powers that had been hidden for centuries. Some of them would be allies. Others would seek to control the power for their own purposes. Lily had felt it in the land, in the power that surged through her every time she touched the stones. Each site they visited revealing a fragment of the truth. The wind picked up as they continued their journey, the trees parting to reveal a clearing in the distance. Lily felt the familiar pull of energy drawing her closer, like a beacon, guiding them to their next destination. The land was alive, responsive to their presence, and as they neared the site, the power that had been dormant seemed to stir once more. "We're here," Lily said softly, her voice steady but filled with a quiet anticipation. The clearing ahead was marked by a cluster of ancient trees, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky. The ground was uneven, the earth shifting underfoot, as if it had been touched by centuries of rituals, each one leaving its mark on the land. Arthur stopped beside her, his gaze sweeping the clearing. "What do we find here?" Lily's fingers tightened around the map, her heart beating faster as she stepped forward. "This is the heart of it. The place where the true pact was sealed. The site where my family's power was fully awakened." The moment her foot crossed into the clearing, the air shifted. The earth seemed to hum, a deep resonance that vibrated through her chest. The energy was palpable, thick with the weight of centuries, and as she walked further into the clearing, she could feel the shadows stir, the ancient forces that had been bound to the land waiting for her. Lily reached the center of the clearing, where a large, flat stone sat at the heart of the grove. The stone was ancient, covered in symbols similar to the ones she had encountered before, but these were different, more intricate, more detailed. The patterns seemed to shift and change as she approached, and for a moment, she saw flashes of images in her mind. Her ancestors, standing here, performing rituals, binding themselves to the land, to the power that had been given to them. The shadows in the clearing began to gather around the stone, their forms twisting and coiling as if in anticipation. Lily reached out with her mind, the power within her responding to their presence. She could feel their ancient connection to the land, their deep ties to the earth itself. But they were not enemies. They were part of her, just as the power of the house was part of her. And now she would control them. The creatures, once so chaotic, moved closer to the stone, their dark forms solidifying as they surrounded her. Lily stood still, her mind focused, her connection to the land and its power growing stronger. The creatures were hers, and they would serve her. As she raised her hands, the creatures bent to her will. The shadows, once wild and untamed, now followed her command, their dark energy flowing toward the stone at the center of the clearing. The air around them thickened, the ground trembled again, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire world was holding its breath. Lily's voice echoed in the stillness of the clearing. "The pact is no longer a chain. It is a tool. We will use it to reshape the world." The creatures around her swirled, their energy swirling into the stone, and as they did, the symbols carved into it began to glow. The earth trembled again, and a sudden burst of light surged from the stone, filling the clearing with an overwhelming energy. Lily's heart pounded in her chest, but she remained still, the power flowing through her, around her, and into the stone. The light intensified, blinding for a moment, but then as quickly as it had come, it faded. When Lily opened her eyes again, she saw that the stone was no longer just a symbol. It was a conduit, a direct link to the power of the land, the house, and the curse that had shaped her bloodline. The bond had been completed. Lily took a deep breath, the weight of the power now fully in her grasp. The path ahead was clear, but it was not without danger. The world would not easily accept the change she sought to bring. There would be forces that would seek to stop her, others who would try to claim the power for themselves. But she was ready. She was the keeper, the ruler, and she would shape the future. The world will change, she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet resolve. And it begins now. Arthur stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the stone, the creatures now still, their energy calm. You've done it, Lily. The power is yours. Lily nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. It's only just begun. The journey ahead would be long and filled with challenges. But Lily was no longer afraid. She had the power to change everything. And now, she would lead the way. The power that had once seemed like a dark, inescapable force was now within her control. Lily stood at the center of the clearing, surrounded by the ancient stone and the stillness that followed the intense surge of energy. The creatures that had once been bound to her bloodline, once feared and destructive, now rested quietly in their place. The shadows that had once been agents of chaos were now servants to her will. The land itself, the very earth beneath her feet, hummed with a soft resonance, as if acknowledging her newfound sovereignty over it. Arthur stood beside her, his face filled with awe and quiet admiration. He had witnessed the power of the house, of the land, but now he saw the full weight of the transformation in Lily. She was no longer the girl who had stumbled upon the mansion, seeking answers. She was the master of something far greater, and though the weight of that responsibility was clear, there was no fear in her eyes. It was as though everything had come full circle. Lily took a deep breath, feeling the power coursing through her, but it wasn't overwhelming. It was steady. She was steady. For the first time in her life, she understood that this power, this curse, was not something to run from or be afraid of. It was part of her. She was its keeper, its ruler, and she would shape it. "We've come far," Arthur said, breaking the silence. "But this power, it's only part of what's waiting for us, isn't it?" Lily turned to him, a quiet smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Yes," she said, her voice steady with resolve. "This is just the beginning. The power that has shaped my bloodline, that has bound us to the house, to the land. It's not just a curse, it's a tool. And we will use it. But we're not alone in this. There are others who want the same power. And some who won't understand what we've done. We'll have to move carefully." Arthur nodded, his expression darkening slightly at the thought of the challenges that lay ahead. Then what now? Lily's gaze shifted to the horizon, the sun beginning to set, casting a golden glow across the clearing. The shadows seemed to retreat as the last light of day touched the earth. "Now, we bring the power to the world. The house, the land, the curse. They were never meant to be something that destroyed us. They were meant to shape the world. And now, it's our turn to lead." She stepped away from the stone, her footsteps light but purposeful, the creatures trailing behind her. The journey was not over. The legacy of her family, the darkness and light, had been passed on to her. But now it was her turn to decide how it would be used. There was more to uncover, more to understand, and more to change. The power that had once threatened to consume her was now a force for creation. "Where will we go next?" Arthur asked, his voice quieter now, more reflective. Lily paused, her eyes scanning the distant land, the places yet to be explored, the nodes of power still to be uncovered. "We'll go where the path leads. The map, the places. It's not just about power. It's about understanding, about bringing balance to what was once broken. But first, we make our mark." She took another step forward, feeling the earth beneath her feet, the weight of the responsibility on her shoulders, but the certainty in her heart. The house is only the beginning. Now, we reshape the world. With that, Lily turned toward the path ahead, her mind already racing with possibilities, the future wide open before her. The legacy she had inherited would no longer be something to fear. It would be a legacy of change, of creation. The darkness would be tamed, the power would be wielded, and the world, her world, would be remade. As she walked forward, Arthur by her side, the creatures following in the shadows, the land seemed to respond to her presence. The web she had begun to unravel, the bond she had completed, was only the beginning. The future was hers to shape, and she would not waste it.